Prayer by the chaplain.
Let us pray. Almighty God, we come before you in the midst of this busyness of this legislative session, asking you to pour forth your grace upon these elected representatives. Send your spirit of wisdom upon the members of this House, that they may discern what is right and do what is best for the common good of all the people they are privileged to represent. We make this prayer in your powerful and holy name. Amen.
The chaplain for today is Deacon Nathan E. Allen, Archdiocese of St. Paul and Minneapolis. Pledge of Allegiance, please remain standing and recite the Pledge of Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America. Clerk will take the roll. Clerk will close the roll. A quorum is present. The clerk will read the journal of the preceding day.
Journal of the House, 88th session, 2014, 82nd day, St. Paul, Minnesota, Thursday, April 3rd, 2014.
There's no objection. Further reading of the journal will be dispensed with, and the journal will be approved as corrected by the chief clerk. Hearing no objection, the journal is approved as corrected by the chief clerk. Comparison reports. There is a copy of this order of business on each member's desk. If there is no objection, those motions will prevail. Hearing no objection, those motions prevail, and substitutions will be made. Reports of standing committees and divisions. A copy of this order of business has been placed on each member's desk. If there is no objection, the reports will be adopted. Hearing no objection, those reports are adopted. Second reading of House files.
Second reading, House File 1863.
Second reading.
Second reading, House File 2112.
Second reading.
Second reading, House File 2166.
Second reading.
Second reading, House File 2556.
Second reading.
Second reading, House File 2757.
Second reading.
Second reading, House File 3241.
Second reading. Second reading of Senate files.
Second reading of Senate File 1747.
Second reading.
Second reading Senate File 2108.
Second reading.
Second reading Senate File 2162.
Second reading.
Second reading Senate File 2221.
Second reading.
Second reading of Senate File 2571.
Second reading. Introduction and first reading of House files. The following House files have been offered for introduction today. The Chief Clerk will report the House files and give them their first reading.
Introduction and first reading of House Files 3340 through 3342.
First reading, House files 3340 to 3342. Messages from the Senate. We want to take that one first. Okay. Do the Hortman one first. Okay.
Messages from the Senate. This is the Hortman motion. Mr. Speaker, I hereby announce the passage by the Senate of the following House file herewith returned as amended by the Senate, in which amendment the concurrence of the House is respectfully requested. House File 977, an act relating to business organizations. Signed, Joanne M. Zoff, Secretary of the Senate. Hortman moves that the House concur in the Senate amendments to House File 977 and that the bill be repassed as amended by the Senate.
You're next. Representative Hortman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. This is the revised Limited Liability Corporation Act. The business lawyers of the state of Minnesota have worked on this for 8 years. The changes adopted by the Senate were highly technical, and I suggest that we concur and then repass the bill. Last time we passed it off unanimously, and I would appreciate your support.
Any discussion on the motion to concur? Hearing none, all in favor of the motion say aye. All opposed, no. Motion prevails. Clerk will give the bill its third reading as amended by the Senate.
Third reading, House File 977 as amended by the Senate.
Any discussion? Seeing none, the clerk will take the roll on the bill. The clerk will close the roll. There being 124 ayes and 0 nays, the bill is repassed as amended by the Senate and its title agreed to.
Message from the Senate, Mr. Speaker. I hereby announce the passage by the Senate of the following House file, herewith returned as amended by the Senate, in which amendment the concurrence of the House is respectfully requested. House File 183, an act relating to data practices. Holberg moves that the House refuse to concur in Senate amendments to House File 183 and that the Speaker appoint a conference committee of 3 members of the House and that the House request that a like committee be appointed by the Senate.
Representative Holberg.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. This is a bill that the House passed off the floor last year. The Senate just passed it. It has to do with data security, was in response to the DNR data breach. I would appreciate the opportunity to go to conference. The Senate made some changes that are a little bit problematic. I think we can work it out fairly easily, but would need a conference committee to do so.
Any discussion on the motion to not concur? Seeing none, all in favor of the motion say aye. Aye. All opposed, no. Motion prevails. Announcement by the Speaker.
Announcement by the Speaker. The Speaker announced the appointment of following members of the House to a conference committee in House File 183. Holberg, Hillstrom, and Hortman. The 3 H's.
Calendar for the day. First bill on the calendar for the day is House File 3167. The clerk will report the bill.
House File 3167 on the calendar for the day, the second engrossment, an act relating to financing of state and local government.
The author of the bill, Representative Lenczewski.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. I think most of us know what's in this bill, but just very briefly, the best way to think about what's in the second tax bill this year is to look at the spreadsheet. You all have it. Basically, it's $103 million in tax cuts, heavily focused on property tax cuts for farmers, renters, and homeowners. We've got some business items here. We've got sales tax cuts for the local units of government, some of the ones that got left out. And I think, members, the best way to think about this is that this has been a very bipartisan work effort in the tax committee, so I really want to thank them once again. Just like their hard work on Tax Bill 1, people worked very hard to hear as many bills as we could possibly get through and try to put together a good product that can convince folks over in the Senate that we'd like them to work with us on passing property tax relief to add to the property tax relief we passed last year. So members, take a look at your spreadsheet, and if you have any questions, I hope you will please ask me. But Mr. Speaker, hopefully Representative Dabney would like to talk to this bill as well, and I do want to personally thank him for all his work in the division, and also Representative Davids and Torkelson as leads on the two committees to bring this product before us. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Representative Dabney.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members, and thank you, Representative Lenczewski. It's a pleasure to be able to work with you, and I think we all know why you are so well respected and recognized bipartisanly in this institution for the service that you provide the state. I do also want to thank Representative Torkelson in particular as the GOP lead on the Property and Local Tax Division, as well as the rest of the committee members for their hard and good work. Members, the Property Tax Division report and House File 3167 includes $45 million in direct property tax relief to homeowners, renters, and farmers across Minnesota. I'll remind you that this year, for the first time in 12 years, Minnesotans will actually pay less in property taxes than they did last year. The changes that we made, the enhancements to the homestead credit refund program and the renters credit program last year mean real property tax relief to Minnesotans. House File 3167 enhances that further for both homeowners and renters, and then Representative Marquardt has an excellent provision enhancing on an ongoing basis the Ag Homestead Credit Program, $18 million in relief to our farmers in the state who are getting caught increasingly between rising values on their property and decreasing commodity prices for what they're growing on that land. We go back to the good reforms that we pushed through last year on local government aid. Representative Lean led on this, Representative Simonson as well, putting the inflator back in so that our LGA payments to communities across the state are dependable, reliable, and predictable. That makes for better budgeting on the local level. And again, that handshake agreement of the relationship between the state and its local units of government and citizens is strengthened by that provision. Representative McNamara has a provision, McNamara, my apologies. McNamara has a provision to make whole those rural counties who got on the short end of the increased county program aid payments last year, again because of the rising valuations in ag property. We make them whole. I think that's the right thing to do. Representative Lean, again, leading on the border cities, increasing the disparity aid and the enterprise zone allocations for those communities to make them competitive with North Dakota. North Dakota is an odd one out. I don't want to say anything more. I saw what happened to Representative Dean a few years ago when he took on North Dakota. I don't want to end up in the same spot, but it's good work on the part of Representative Lean. In addition, there's important department work here affecting how we tax ethanol plants, distilleries, breweries, dairies, and others. It clarifies and makes clear for communities across the state how best to treat our incumbent businesses fairly. There's a small provision that Representative Falk brought forward for some transition aid to make sure that those communities that host those plants, important employers in their communities, don't get hurt for the first several years as we phase in this better way of assessing them property taxes. There's a number of cleanup provisions, but I also want to point out, as there are important provisions for our veterans and active duty service military in the full bill, the Property Tax Division report does include a provision that Representative Purcell brought forward for our disabled veterans, extending the property tax exemption that they receive from 5 years after the veteran's death to 8 years to help support the spouses of our 100% disabled veterans. With that, thank you, Mr. Speaker.
There is an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Lenczewski moving to amend House File 3167, the second engrossment as follows. The amendment is coded A38.
Representative Lenczewski, I see there's also a brief amendment to the amendment. Do you want to just take that up quickly?
Lenczewski moving to amend her amendment as follows. The amendment is coded A41.
Representative Lenczewski.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The A41 members is a technical amendment to the author's amendment, which is the A38. And so, if I may, Mr. Speaker, would you like to vote on the A41 to put it on?
Why don't we do that if there's no objection to that? Any discussion on that? Seeing none, all in favor of the amendment to the amendment say aye. All opposed, no. Motion prevails. Representative Lenczewski.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The author's amendment on the A38 members, I hope you can vote yes for this, and I've worked with Representative Davids on this. And, these are really, we are really hurrying to get this tax relief to folks. But there's really two things in this author's amendment. And they both need a little work, but we didn't get them heard in time. So we're going to hear them after. Next week, we're going to hear Representative Hoppy's bill and then a sales tax exemption item. And so here's what they are, members. The author's amendment does two things. It makes sure that all the regional rail authorities are treated the same, because we've been working on sales tax exemptions, including the folks under the new joint powers language. They're covered in a few other places, but not every regional rail, so we want to get that in. And then Representative Hoppy brought a bill forward, and he and I have had some very good discussion about it. I honestly am not sure even what everybody will think about it, but I think to have it considered in the tax conference committee, and again, the tax committee, Mr. Speaker, will be hearing this bill. We would like to bring it forward, and Representative Hoppy, I know, can answer questions, but this clarifies that a certain type of communication cable, which is required under the National Electrical Code to be removed from buildings, would get a different sort of sales tax treatment. And we can get into the detail if that folks want, but I want to thank Representative Davids as we work through the author's amendment.
Representative Hoppy.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to Representative Davids and Representative Lenczewski and to our staff that have really worked on this, Republican, Democrat, and nonpartisan, on this issue. But most of all, Representative Lenczewski, thank you. This was a kind of a late issue that came up, and I don't know if it's right or wrong. I don't know if it's going to turn out to be good tax policy, but I think that the thing to do is have a hearing about it. It seems to make sense. It might actually make the state a little bit more money. And Representative Lenczewski, I really appreciate your willingness to include it and have the hearing next week. And members, if anybody has any questions, I'd be happy to stand for questions now or see me in the retiring room in the next few days before the hearing. Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members.
Any discussion on the amendment? Seeing none, all in favor of the amendment say aye. All opposed, no. Motion prevails. There's another amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Gruenhagen moving to amend House File 3167, the second engrossment as follows. The amendment is coded A15.
Representative Gruenhagen.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Speaker, members. Members, this is a bill I brought forth, and Chairman Lenczewski was kind enough to hear it. It has the support of the MMA and also the Dental Association and the Chiropractor Association. And what it does, members, it gives the medical professionals a financial incentive to give charity care versus getting basically nothing out of it right now. Now, I know according to the MNsure and ACA, we're supposed to be insuring the uninsured, but the fact is on the federal level, they're predicting 30 million people still uninsured in the United States, even with the ACA, and in the state of Minnesota, we'll have a significant percentage of that. The other thing is we're not keeping track, according to the information I've received, whether people signing up had insurance or whether they didn't have insurance. So there's really no way to know. In talking with the MMA, the lobbyists checked with some of their doctors, and they were strongly in favor of this. And I believe that it would incentivize charity care, get people who are really needing it coverage, and at the same time give a little bit of a reward in terms of a tax subtraction for doctors, chiropractors, and dentists. The last thing is there is a fiscal note with it. And I'll simply say this, members. There's, I said this before, but I tend to repeat myself sometimes. There's static and dynamic ways of scoring. And in government speak, they take static. In other words, you cut taxes, we're going to have less revenue. Dynamic says you cut taxes on the business community is going to grow, and you're actually going to get more revenue than if you'd had higher taxes. In this particular case, these are static numbers of 6.8 million and 7 million in 2016 and 17. I believe that by incentivizing doctors to give charity care, you're going to see savings on medical assistance and other areas because the medical community has given charity care for years, but they haven't received any type of tax support for doing that. So, members, I urge a green vote on this, and I stand for any questions.
Any discussion? Representative Lenczewski.
Thank you so much, Representative Gruenhagen, for your passion. And we did hear this bill. Members, I'd urge a no vote. Members, at the core of this is there is a problem that Representative Gruenhagen is trying to address, which is folks who can't pay for their health care when they see their dentist or their doctor or whatever, whoever they see. But to try to solve problems with tax credits, members, I really hope we would not do that. This is something that is really the purview of the Health and Human Services Committee. If we have folks who need assistance with their health care bills, that's where we should be addressing it. We shouldn't correct problems with tax credits. And the way that would work, members, just so you know, even if you like it, is you just be giving an income tax cuts to physicians and chiropractors and dentists. And so what we're really trying to do, and I know Representative Gruenhagen is to get that relief to the folks who are being served. And in general, we don't consider if charity something that you're getting a tax break for, and that's kind of not really charity if you're getting paid to do it. So I think you have to kind of think through the pieces here, but I do understand Representative Gruenhagen really has a passion about making sure that folks who are giving charitable care to people who can't pay their bills, that is recognized. What I would tell you is the income tax credit system and through the income tax is not the way to do that. Instead, we should be addressing the societal problem of folks who can't pay for their health care.
Representative Gruenhagen.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Appreciate that comment, Chair Lenczewski, but the first thing, it is not a tax credit. It's simply a tax reduction. It would actually be reported on a M1M form. So it's simply a income reduction. It is not a tax credit directly. Second thing is I've talked with some of the medical community people and, of course, the lobbyists, and I think this would incentivize that type of care. And again, it's care that can happen without the government being involved, whether billing system or whatever. And, as far as charity, we recognize tax deductions both in our federal and state tax code, tax deductibility for contributions to charities, because charities have a long history of helping people in a very effective and efficient way when they're most in need, and none of us know when we might be in need. So, members, I understand where she's coming from, but I would strongly urge a green vote. And, Mr. Speaker, if I could have a roll call.
Seeing 15 hands, there will be a roll call.
Thank you, Mr.
Any further discussion? Seeing none, the clerk will take the roll on the amendment. The clerk will close the roll. There being 54 ayes and 70 nays, the motion does not prevail. The amendment is not adopted. There's another amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Hertas moving to amend House File 3167. The second engrossment as follows. The amendment is coded A16.
Representative Hertas.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. I feel like I want to say good morning. What this amendment was a bill introduction that we did do in the Property Tax Committee. And I've been asked to introduce this amendment because it is in the Senate companion bill, has been added so that there would be concurrence. It is a TIF extension for the city of Mound, which is in our Senate district. And probably the thing that is unique about the request is that this particular city doesn't have any highways running through it. Many of the communities started to do TIF districts right at the height of the building boom, if you will. And subsequently, with the Great Recession, an extension is being requested. So that's essentially what it is. We did hear it in Property Tax Committee. In the Property Tax Committee, and what was included in the division report, I believe, was an automatic 3-year extension to the tax increment districts, but this is an additional extension. Thank you.
Representative Dabney.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Representative Hertas, persistence is a good personality characteristic. However, members, I'm going to ask for a no vote on the A16 amendment. There were a number of members who came forward asking for additional 5-year extensions, allowing some, such as the city of Mound, 15 years of TIF extensions or of TIF timelines. That's 15 years of higher property taxes for every other parcel in the city. That's just not something that's appropriate. We did provide an extension for everyone of 2 years more off of the jobs bill that Representative Lenczewski carried a few years ago, responding to the fact that, yes, real estate took a big hit during the recession, but it's coming out now. An extension is appropriate, but 5 years is simply too long. I'd ask for a no vote. Thank you.
Any other discussion? Seeing none, all in favor of the motion say aye. Aye. All opposed, no. No. Motion has not prevailed. The amendment is not adopted. There is another amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Green moving to amend House File 3167, the second engrossment as follows. The amendment is coded A20.
Representative Green.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My amendment is pretty simple. It just allows for taxpayers who have been overassessed over a period of years, if they go through the process and get reassessing done on their property, and it is determined that the assessment has been erroneous or an error, this allows them to ask the county for an abatement on that, and to also in the amendment to relieve the pressure on the counties. It allows the county to pay it back by reducing the existing property tax by 25% until it's paid off. I'd appreciate a green vote.
Representative Dabney.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. Representative Green. There is a number of challenges in the Green Amendment. It would have an immediate negative impact on our cities and counties and school districts across the state. If someone came forward this year, they would get a reduction in their property taxes after the local units of government have already determined their budgets and assessed the property taxes for the year. This, whatever value there is in this, deserves a hearing, not a quick amendment on the floor. We need to hear from the stakeholders and get a sense of them and what impact this would have. Because of that, members, I ask for a no vote. Thank you.
Seeing no further discussion, all those in favor of the amendment say aye. Aye. All opposed, no. No. Motion does not prevail. The amendment is not adopted. There is another amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Davids moving to amend House File 3167, the second engrossment as follows. The amendment is coded A21.
Representative Davids.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to withdraw that amendment, please.
The amendment is withdrawn. There is another amendment at the desk. Clerk will report the amendment. Oh.
It's this one. Detmer moving to amend House File 3167, the second engrossment as follows. The amendment is coded A29.
Representative Detmer.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And first of all, thank you, Chair Lenczewski, for listening me out many times in committee. I think you know I keep at it here on this tax exemption for our veterans. And also, Chair Murphy, for your kind words yesterday. I know you listened to me many times in committee, being the lead Republican in your committee. Members, I think we need to really take a look what's going on with our veterans. The Commander's Task Force, as you remember, just a few days ago, they had Veterans on the Hill. Let me share with you what the Commander's Task Force is saying about what we're doing to our veterans today. They support tax exemption for our veterans. Pensions in Minnesota, including federal pensions, are taxable in Minnesota, regardless of where you've earned your income. And according to the 2012 Department of Defense actuary data, there's a little over 18,000 veterans who are retired in Minnesota. Many of these retired veterans are married, have families, and many of these retired started second careers. So members, this is not a reward for veterans. It's an economic issue. A couple days ago, I had a discussion with a veteran who's getting ready to retire. And he's trying to decide for him and his family where they want to retire. And he said that tax exemption is not intent as a reward for veterans. It's not a reward, but it's an incentive to convince service members and their families to come to Minnesota and settle here and contribute to our economy in their second careers. The second career income will generate revenues for our state, since most of these service members will retire in their 40s after 20 years. And they will continue to work another 20 years following retirement from the armed services. Now, many times people say, what about our firefighters and our police officers? Regarding other public service employees, they are dedicated heroes just like our veterans and deserve our respect and admiration. But most of these people are settled here in the state, and most of them will retire at around 50, between 50 and 60, 62. And they're less likely to move out of our state. The military population is highly mobile and generally without well-established homesteads. And they have been desensitized to the discomfort of pulling up roots. They are much more inclined to make post-service decisions about homesteading based on financial logic rather than emotion, and don't have to overcome discomfort of pulling up established roots. I don't have to look too far than my own family on this situation. As you know, my wife and I have twin sons who now have served 14 years, West Point graduates. Just take a look at them over the past 14 years. They've had 3 different deployments in Iraq and Afghanistan. And during the 14 years, they've moved from Korea, Kansas, Texas, Kentucky, New York, and Maryland. 6 more years, they're going to have to decide what they're going to do where they want to retire. Members and Speaker, I think if you take a look at my handouts, what are other states doing? Well, you don't have to look too far. There's, of the 50 states in the District of Columbia, 9 do not have any income tax at all, obviously. 14 states are fully excluding military retirement income from taxable income. 18 states exclude a fixed amount of military retirement income. 3 states, including Minnesota, exclude some pension income, including military retirement income subject to income and or age limitations. If you take a look at the last page of that handout that you have from Research Department, footnote number 25, Minnesota allows non-refundable credit of $750 for individuals with military retirement income and at least 20 years of service or separated from military due to disablement. The credit is phased out. This is the key thing here. The credit is phased out for claimants with adjusted gross income between $30,000 and $37,000. Members, that's the key. $750, but it's phased out if you are earning $30,000 to $37,000. How many veterans in Minnesota are taking advantage of that? Well, I checked with research. Our state budgets $20 million a year for this program. And members, only 1,300 veterans take part in this program. Most veterans, when they retire and start a second career, they're making over $30,000. That means our state is spending $1 million on this program. And we have set aside $20 million. So I'm assuming that the money goes back to the bottom line or back in the general fund. So there's a $19 million surplus on this program each year. Well, if you take a look at Wisconsin, Wisconsin's pretty similar to Minnesota, but Wisconsin takes in $42.5 million more than Minnesota does every year. $42.5 million every year they take in. That means over the past 9 years, they've taken over $250 million more into revenue into their state because they do not tax the veterans' pensions. Now, this 829 amendment, it's tax year 2015, fiscal year 2016. It is in the tails, which is outside the formal budget resolution, and it should likely be safe under Rule 4.03. So, Mr. Speaker and members, I hope that you support this amendment and support our veterans, and I ask for a roll call.
Roll call has been requested. Seeing 15 hands, there will be a roll call. Representative Lenczewski.
Well, thank you, members, and Representative Detmer, thank you for your passion. And as long as I've been here, there's been someone who's offered this amendment, and it's always a roll call vote. And I want to ask members to please vote no. I'd really like you to think a little bit about what's going on in this amendment. Thanks to Representative Murphy, members, if this bill passes, every part of our military, Army, Navy, the National Guard, which Representative Murphy is adding, will be exempt from pay. We have almost everyone exempt from paying income taxes on their pay right now in the state. And Representative Murphy, in this tax bill, is making sure that all of our military does not pay income taxes on their pay. And I just want to ask, members, just think about that. Did you know that all of our military does not pay taxes on their pay? What Representative Detmer wants us to do is have them not pay taxes on their pension. So, members, you just have to think about this a little bit. We don't let anybody be exempt from taxes on their pension in Minnesota. And Representative Detmer's right when he talked about the good service of others. You can imagine exactly what he's saying. If we were to pass this, then we should do it for police officers. We should do it for firefighters. We should do it for people who have difficult jobs and are doing wonderful things for us. And the folks who are serving us are. But, members, we are silent on where your pension comes from, and Minnesota taxes all people's pensions. And to carve out this group based on you have 20 years and then you'll come here and you'll have, jobs. I mean, these are, members should know who we're talking about in the military. First of all, to be involved in what Representative Detmer is talking about, you have to be 20 years in the military to get a pension. Okay, so immediately you're excluding everybody who goes to combat on 1 or 2 tours of duty, or serves a year, or serves 5 years, or serves 10 years, or is disabled, or is brain injured, or whatever the case may be. They would not qualify for what Representative Detmer is telling you in this amendment, because they wouldn't have 20 years in. These are folks who have chosen this as a career. They're generally fairly highly paid, and remember, their pay is exempt from the income tax currently. So, while I know this is a difficult vote for members, I will remind you that if Minnesota started to do this, this will be a long line of people not paying taxes on their pensions. And that will be teachers, that will be public employees. I mean, people need to think this through. So if the real reason isn't just a tax cut, it's because it's going to get people here to work here, there really is no data that shows that. In fact, the numbers in Wisconsin are statistically insignificant. Representative Detmer just walked through them for you. And if the idea is, we have to have such a low income tax climate for these folks, we will never compete with the states that don't have an income tax, members. We also don't have the kind of TRICARE facilities that veterans need and generally retire toward. They are not in this state. So when you start looking at who are these people and where do they choose to retire, the idea that, they'll just go where they don't have to pay taxes on their pensions, there is no data to show that. And I just would ask members to think long and hard about this. We know folks they have done great service for all of us. And again, thanks to Representative Murphy, this bill ensures that there isn't any part of the military that will pay taxes on their income. And you just need to think about what we're talking about here. So we would have people who have mostly been highly compensated not pay any taxes on their pay or their pension. And yet those people use our services too. I mean, they want an educated populace and roads and bridges and everything else. So I do understand where Representative Detmer is coming from, but members, the tax policy here is one that is fraught with problems, and if we have this kind of money, and there is no set aside of money here for this, members, this is an ongoing, Representative Detmer has put it in the tail so that it's not ruled out of order. But this money, and we heard testimony on this last year, would be better served going to folks who have medical bills, their spouses who are dealing with people who are brain damaged, people who can't get jobs, and people who can't get housing. None of those people qualify unless they have 20 years in. And so this money, members, year after year could go to help veterans who are serving us but are not 20-year military and mostly currently highly compensated people who don't pay income taxes on their pay. I'd urge a no vote.
Representative Quam.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Would Representative Lenczewski yield to a question?
She will yield. Representative Quam.
Did I just hear that there would be exempting of pay for military personnel, and that is there anyone else other than them that would not have their pay taxed?
Representative Lenczewski.
Thank you, Representative Quam. Here's who we exempt in current law. Already, the Reserve, we have the Army, Navy, Air Force, Marines, all do not pay income tax on their pay. Representative Murphy's bill, which is in the tax bill, exempts the National Guard on all active duty soldiers. So all Minnesotans who are serving us after the passage of this bill, and we already have almost everybody in current law, but Representative Murphy is just finishing with the rest. Would be exempt from income tax on their pay, yes.
Representative Quam.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Representative Lenczewski. So we already are acknowledging that the military are treated differently in the tax code and no other group. And I would take a little bit of disagreement to saying that they are any of the retirees are highly compensated in the military, because I've seen what the pay scales are, having had a son serve, and frankly I don't see the excuse that no other group has their pension excluded because no other group has their pay excluded. So this would be intuitively the next step, and in fact all these states that we're referring to have taken that next step to realizing that the military are a different service group. We already are treating them differently because of the service, the risks, and what they put on the line for us, every citizen in the state. So I would say there's not any inconsistency in extending it, such as done with this amendment. So I hope everybody will support this amendment.
Representative Hurtas. Okay. Representative Leidiger.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. For the tax chair, the Army, Navy, Marine Corps, and Air Force, they don't pay state taxes. And I venture to say that almost every state in the Union has that same policy. For the tax chair, how many active duty people from this state actually use the services of this state? Do they serve here? Do they use the services? And you can ask that of every member in the service around the nation. See, they typically don't use those services within the state. And this is the argument that you're making, as though it's something special that we already do. And the fact of the matter is, that's what the nation does. Now, I came from Wisconsin. I remember I didn't have my active duty pay was not subject to state sales tax, but I didn't serve in Wisconsin. My whole 23 years in the service, I never served in Wisconsin. And that's why we do that. What we're doing here is we're saying to those members of the state who served in active duty status around the world, they've accomplished, they've gone through, gotten eligible for retirement, 20 years or more. We're saying to them, come back to this state. I will say that, and it's a guess, and please correct me, somebody, but I'm going to say 99.5% of them have never served in the state. They've served around the world. This is incentive to say to them, come back to this state. Come back to where you came from. Bring those retirement dollars, spend them in this state. We won't tax you. And you see, we're not getting people from Minnesota to come back to this state because it's a deterrence. I mean, they're going to the states which have these exemptions. They're going to Texas and Nevada and Florida to a certain extent, and Wisconsin, which turned their policy around just 12 years ago. Maybe I should have gone to Wisconsin. I wouldn't have my retirement pay taxed. But Wisconsin's numbers, and then you said we don't have any statistics. The fact of the matter is we have phenomenal statistics just by looking what happened to Wisconsin. The numbers are incredible, and they are getting they're getting people to come back and invest in Wisconsin. That's what that. Besides, and the statistics are incredible. I mean, they have. You've got them when you get up again, Representative Detmer. You can give her the figures. We want these military, the ex-military people, to come back to the state, to invest in the state. Many of them take risks then in this state, because they usually have that base, they have that pension, and they come here and they invest and they start businesses, and these are people they want to keep going. They're employers. So this is what we're trying to accomplish here, and I know the military members over there on the other side of the aisle. They understand this as well, and I think it's time that we take this amendment and we add it to the tax bill, and I ask for a green vote on it. Thank you,
Representative Lenczewski.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I think we all understand where we are on this, but I will just say a couple things. The data I have on Wisconsin, I think it was about the number Representative Detmer said. It's very statistically insignificant in their budget, members. But if folks, again, want to compete on a low tax, we have a number of states in this nation that don't have the income tax, so that's really not the issue. And you know, I used to say this to Representative Severson members who used to offer this all the time before Representative Detmer did. If it's really to get people to come back here, how about if we just exempt the people who are already here? We passed the law that if you come here, starting tomorrow, you get this exemption. Because if we pass this law, 19,000 people are here would get the exemption. And they certainly don't need it to get here. They're here. And, you know, that was never met with support. So members, you know, you need to, again, think about this. This would be an income tax cut, and Representative Leiderger is absolutely right, and in fact was making my point, and I appreciate that, is that folks don't pay, they are exempt from paying the income because they aren't serving here. But when you come here, say to retire, then you are using our services. And that's why we wouldn't want to exempt your pension, unless we were a state that exempted everyone's pension. But we're all going to use those services. And so members, again, this really would not affect mostly people who would come here. It would affect 19,000 people who are already here. It wouldn't work as a recruitment tool. And if we had this money, I would certainly hope we could use it on veterans in other ways. But I understand how folks feel about this, and I won't belabor it. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Representative Leiderger.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I just want to clarify one thing. You know, the members come back here, they're typically in their early 40s. They're ready to start another career, and they do that. But they've earned this retirement elsewhere. It isn't something that we should be grabbing a hold of right away and taxing that. Most likely people come back here, they're going to get a job, they're going to pay their taxes here, and that's going to cover their usage of the services the way you've described it. It's usually done in their second career. Using me as an example, here's my second career. I'm here and I pay taxes on this pay. But my retirement pay, that was earned elsewhere. That wasn't earned in the state. That should not be taxed. And what we're trying to do is get other members like that around the world, people from Minnesota, to come back here. Thank you.
Representative Detmer.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and Chair Lenczewski. You know, again, as you mentioned, there's some states that don't have income tax. There's 9 of them. There's 14 states that fully exclude military retirement income from taxable income. 18 states exclude the fixed amount. And as I mentioned before, that Minnesota does exclude some, but it's phased out if your income is $30,000 to $37,000. And the state budget's $20 million for this program. but only 1,300 veterans are taking advantage of it. That's a $1 million cost per year. So we have a $19 million left over from that $20 million. And I suppose it's going into the general fund. Okay? But it's been budgeted, but it goes back in the coffers of the state. Now, members, if you really have read this amendment treats all veterans the same with 20 years or more or medically retired. And it's $1,500 per year of service. It's not a complete exemption of your military income, retirement. It's $1,500 per year that you serve. So somebody who has served as a sergeant or somebody who serves as a general, they get the same benefit because it's only $1,500 per year that you serve. That is this amendment. It's not the one I tried to put on last session. If you really read this amendment, it's $1,500 per year that you serve. Okay? Again, it's an economic issue. And I did mention Wisconsin, $42.5 million more they bring in. If you compare us to Texas, they have 9.3% of the population of Texas is veterans, retired veterans. That's 192,192. Minnesota has only a little over 18,000 retired veterans. So, ladies and gentlemen, I think, again, this amendment goes out in the tails. It's not going to affect this year's budget. And I really feel that we can do this now and take care of this issue that's been kind of grinding in my stomach for ever since I came here. So thank you. Thank you for your support and a green vote.
Representative Howe.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And members, and I know it's been said here, but when active duty members retire out of the service, they get a list of veteran-friendly states to go to. Minnesota is not on the list. Why wouldn't we do something to get on that list and bring those exceptional folks, highly trained, leadership-type people, to this state? The benefits that they would serve our state would be great. They'd be bringing those federal tax dollars to be spent in our state. And they also bring all that good military training. Some of it I know you wouldn't like, the nuclear training, but we have nuclear power plants here. They would be beneficial to be working here. They're high-paying jobs. We'd be able to tax them on that second career, just as Representative Leidiger said. It makes sense to be on that list of veteran-friendly states. And that's where we should be. We've got $19 million of excess funds we can use to support this. I say give it a green vote. Let's bring those highly skilled individuals here, and let's make it a veteran-friendly state and get on that list. Thank you, members. Let's go for a good green vote.
Representative Newton.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and members. I will be voting no on this bill. It would benefit me to the tune of around $35,000. Some of the things that my friend Representative Leidiger says is very true. Minnesota does not attract veterans for a number of reasons, but primarily because we don't have a base here where they're attracted because of military hospitals, they're attracted because of PX, commissary, those things that you can find in places like Wisconsin. And especially in Texas, Representative Detmer, you mentioned Texas. There are over 25 major bases in Texas, and people go there to retire because, first of all, I don't think there's any state tax in Texas, but it's also because they have the benefits of all the military facilities there. Another issue, and I hesitate to bring this up, but there's a difference between active duty military personnel who retire with 20 years of active service and individuals in the Guard who, on average, with the exception of the recent conflict, on average serve 39 days a year of active duty. Compare that, for example, with Representative Purcell, who served 4 years of active duty. His time on active duty would have exceeded 1,400 days. A person in the Guard who served 20 years would have less than 1,000 days of service. And yet, Representative Purcell would not be qualifying for a retirement benefit. So as I say, it's up to everyone how they vote on this, but I will not vote for it because it benefits me.
Representative Lenczewski.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, Representative Newton, I heard what you had to say, and I heard what others had to say about this. This is a travesty. There is not a fiscal reason not to do this amendment. We have a $1.2 billion surplus in the state of Minnesota. This bill doesn't even, as I understand it, this amendment doesn't even affect the current biennium. It's in the tails, not to mention that the annual allocation for this has not been actually utilized. We shouldn't be discerning between different categories of veterans and whether this one gets it or this one doesn't get it. We shouldn't be taxing any of their pensions. None of them. And Representative Detmer only carves out a portion of them as a start. Members, it is time for us to stop the oppressive taxation in Minnesota, and it is especially time to stop this oppressive behavior with the people who put the most on the line for the rest of us. Members, please support this amendment.
Representative Detmer.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and we should wrap this up, but Representative Newton, you're a good friend of mine, and I know you served, and I know you've been working in this state for several years since you retired from the military. You are contributing to our state not only with your skills, your knowledges, serving here in the Capitol, but you're paying good taxes on the rest of your income that you have. What this bill does, what this amendment does, if you've served 20 years or medically retired, that you can deduct $1,500 per year that you serve. And for many retired veterans, that does not exclude their whole military retirement. It's $1,500 per year. It's an economic issue we have here, and we want these people to consider Minnesota as a place to come and stay here and start a second career, as mentioned before. Most of these young men and women are in their 40s that would be coming here, that would want to stay here and start second careers. The majority of our retired veterans right now have been here for, as the chair spoke up before, they've been here for a while. Many of them they're in their 60s or 70s. We want that skilled group of veterans, men and women, to come back and be here in Minnesota. Thank you. Green vote.
Seeing no further discussion, the clerk will take the roll on the amendment. The clerk will close the roll. There being 68 ayes and 55 nays, the motion prevails. The amendment is adopted. I assume you want to withdraw the next amendment as a duplicative?
Mr. Speaker, I'll withdraw the next amendment.
There's another amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Runbeck moving to amend House File 3167, the second engrossment as follows. The amendment is coded A32.
Representative Runbeck.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm going to pass.
Representative Runbeck withdraws her amendment. There's another amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Garofalo moving to amend House File 3167, the second engrossment as follows. The amendment is coded A34.
Representative Garofalo.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. First of all, I'd request a roll call on the amendment.
Roll call has been requested. Seeing 15 hands, there will be a roll call. Representative Garofalo.
Thank you. And Mr. Speaker and members, first of all, I want to tell you that I promise you that you're not going to be voting in this amendment on the Senate office building today. That's not what this amendment is, and I'm not going to be talking about the Senate office building. I'm not going to be talking about the over $75 million that has been spent to give senators not one but two separate office buildings, two separate offices. I will not be talking about that colossal waste of taxpayer dollars on the new Senate office building. What I will be talking about is, first of all, let me explain what current law is with regards to this amendment, and then I'll explain the change that it makes. Right now, under current law, if you have a solar installation put in a commercial location, two things happen. Number one, the personal property that is added there is subject to taxation. And second of all, the classification of that property changes from agricultural homestead to commercial. Now again, these are on large plots of land. That's what happens under current law. What the bill does right now in its current form is it makes two changes. Number one, it lets people retain their current property tax classification. So for example, you're a farmer and you end up having, you have the ag homestead classification on your land and you put a solar farm out there. Under the bill as it is drafted now, that would actually maintain an ag homestead designation. And I don't think that's a good idea, because what this does is this is not cutting anyone's property taxes. It is shifting property taxes to homeowners and to business owners in your districts. Now, candidly, in the metro area, I don't think you're going to see a lot of large solar farms this would apply to, but in rural districts, particularly those that are somewhat property poor, this is going to have a pretty significant impact. When you take this and you combine it with the fact that the DFL majority passed a 1.5% solar mandate last year, you're talking about hundreds of megawatts of solar panels that are going to be going out there maintaining or cutting their property taxes and shifting it onto other types of property, particularly homeowners and other farmers, other businesses. And so just to give everyone a frame of reference for this, that if you want to have 1 megawatt of solar, that takes up 7 acres. 7 acres of land. And right now, under the mandates for the state of Minnesota, we're looking at anywhere from 380 to 420 megawatts of solar that's going to be required by state law. Now, I do not touch anything involving rooftop solar. That keeps that statute as it is. We're not talking about putting personal property taxes on homes. This is simply for very large solar developments that are going to be out there, that we're going to study this and make sure we do it right the first time. I will guarantee you that if the provision that in this bill, as it's listed right now, if that becomes law, we'll be back next year to fix this. This is something that is it's clearly not good planning. It is actually shifting property taxes. It's not keeping things revenue neutral. I'm in favor of the idea of a production tax for this type of property, but the way that the bill is designed, either on purpose or accidentally, is resulting in shifting tax burdens. And I would hope that members were paying attention to that, and I hope they understand the consequences for if this provision becomes law, and I would ask for your support of the amendment. Thank you.
Representative Dabney.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. Representative Garofalo, Groundhog's Day. I think this is our third time on this provision. That's okay. That's all right. Although I am going to ask members to vote red on the Garofalo amendment. What we're doing on solar energy in this bill is updating and modernizing our definitions to better match where the industry is now, and then treating solar energy arrays the same way we treat wind energy development in the state. We're also continuing to treat large solar energy arrays that we're counting on to help fill our energy needs the same way we do smaller arrays today. If I put a solar energy panel on my garage roof, that doesn't change the classification of my land. It doesn't suddenly become commercial land. We're simply taking that same concept, and if you put a large solar array, or if you work with a developer to put a large solar array on your land, we don't change the classification. You would lose the homestead ag classification if you moved off the land, just as you would if you didn't have the solar there and moved off the land. So it's taking the same concepts that we do today, continuing those, updating and modernizing the definitions, and then providing our local communities with a reliable, predictable alternative stream of revenue to property taxes. That's a plus. Everyone is here is a winner. Greater solar energy production, diverse revenues for local governments, clear land classifications for landowners. I ask for a no vote on the Garofalo amendment. Thank you.
Representative Hortman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. The Garofalo amendment would really be a hit for Greater Minnesota. In the Energy Policy Committee, we heard from the wind production industry about how the wind production tax has been such a benefit to counties and cities in Greater Minnesota. I passed out a pie chart for you from Jackson County, Minnesota. That's just one county. In one year period, they got $1.1 million in wind production tax revenue. They used 30% of it for property tax relief, 16% for capital improvements, and 53% for bond payments. So if you vote yes on the Garofalo amendment, what you're voting for is to take tax revenue out of Greater Minnesota counties and cities, and I would urge a no vote.
Representative Garofalo.
No, it doesn't, Representative Hortman. That's not what the amendment does. The bill, as it is structured right now, the DFL majority's bill, actually costs tax capacity for local units of government. It's literally, I have no doubt what people intended when they drafted this bill. It was that it was supposed to be revenue neutral or keep tax capacity in these areas. That's not what the bill does. Now, Representative Hortman wisely points out that in the area of wind, this is how we classify it. And she's right. In wind, what happens is you have a very small footprint. You put a 2 megawatt windmill up, and you're able to farm around it. It doesn't change the classification. And on top of that, you do get the production tax. It makes sense for wind. The problem with solar is, again, if you put up a 2 megawatt solar farm, you're covering 14 acres of land. The numbers don't work out. And from a capacity planning standpoint, the 2 megawatt windmill will produce more energy than 2 megawatts of solar. So, Representative Hortman, you are right to point out the benefits of the current wind production tax, but the solar production tax, either on purpose or accidentally, does the exact opposite. What you are doing is shifting tax burdens onto other farmers, other landowners, other homeowners, and it's a good deal for the solar developers. They're going to make some money, but I'm not going to get too wrapped around in the axle on this. This is something that once it starts growing, it'll get fixed eventually. But I think it would just be smarter for everybody involved if we fixed it right now and did it right the first time by having a study and looking at it. But everyone here's got a vote. You can do what you want.
Seeing no further discussion, the clerk will take the roll on the amendment. Clerk will close the roll. Being 51 ayes and 73 nays, the motion does not prevail. The amendment is not adopted. There's another amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Loon moving to amend House File 3167, the second engrossment as follows. The amendment is coded DE1.
Representative Loon.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. Well, this looks like a giant delete all amendment, but members, it's actually pretty simple. We just had to draft it this way on the bill. So let me point out what is different, because none of the provisions in the bill that we're considering, I'm not proposing changing any of them except for one that I'm adding and making a slight adjustment to. So the changes that my amendment proposes are on page 8.19 and 57 line point 6. And explaining that to you, what I'm proposing to do is to take a small portion of the increase for the renter's credit that's proposed in this bill. The increase, as Chair Dabney has proposed and is in the bill, is a 6% increase in the renter's credit. I'm proposing that we skinny that down just a little bit to 5%, so they'd still get a 5% increase, and use that money to reinstate the dependent care tax credit for low and moderate income families with dependent children. So basically, low income people with kids in daycare. And this is something, a familiar provision perhaps for those of you who remember from the first tax bill that we did this year, House File 1777. This entire body voted to reinstate that credit. We do not have that currently in place for tax year 2013 filing, which is currently going on. We did a lot of conformity issues. That's one that we didn't do. And as you will recall, as I talked about at that point, this is the first year that the state of Minnesota has not provided a credit for those low-income families with young children that are bearing the cost of daycare. Just to remind the body who we're talking about, this credit, as Minnesota had established it, it's not the same as the federal credit. There is a federal credit, but it operates differently in Minnesota. It's much more targeted. We have a maximum income phase-out to be eligible for this credit of about $39,000. So you've got to be a family making $39,000 or less to be able to avail yourselves of this credit. And we begin phasing out how much you can claim at $25,350. And again, these are adjusted for inflation every year, so these are the current figures. So we begin phasing out at $25,350, and once you reach $39,000, you are no longer eligible for the state dependent care credit. And we have a maximum amount that you can claim per child. It's less generous than the federal as well. $720 for one child, $1,440 for two children or more. And who claims this credit when it was in operation? 80% of filers that use this credit are head of household. We're talking about single parents, a lot of single moms that are working and have their kids in daycare. Over a third, about 37% of all Minnesota dependent care credits go to taxpayers with an adjusted gross income of less than $20,000. Less than $20,000. So we're talking about people definitely at the low end of the income scale. And the purpose of this, the public purpose behind this, is to encourage people to work. But in order for them to work, and they've got little kids, they've got to have a place for them to be cared for. We want them to be cared for well. And that's very expensive in the state of Minnesota. Anybody who's had kids and has worked and had to put them in daycare, you know incredibly expensive it can be to pay those expenses. House Research, Nonpartisan Research has a really great issue brief on this, and included information is some surveys that were done on the cost of daycare in Minnesota for an infant, and I can't put my fingers on it right now, but it's something in the range of $9,000 a year. Incredibly expensive. So folks, we're talking about a little bit of help for very low income people to claim a credit for their expenses for dependent children. This is a good purpose, and I know this body supports it because you've supported it once. Now I know it's April 4th, and people have been filing their taxes. I know that a commissioner of revenue had asked people to wait until maybe yesterday after the tax conformity bill was passed to let them get their computer systems up and running and that, but they were able to do that pretty quickly. We also gave them $1 million to make those changes and adjustments. And yesterday we did a little poking around. It sounds like there's about $300,000 still left in that money for the tax conformity changes that have to be made. So there's resources at the Department of Revenue to make these changes. And I think that the working families, the low end of the income scale in Minnesota, deserve this help. Now I know, Representative Dabney, we had an exchange in committee because I offered this amendment in committee as well. And there was some testimony on the renter's income, or renter's credit, and how that helps a lot of elderly and disabled people and renters as well, and I don't disagree with that. But we are talking about a difference in the target and who we're helping. The renter's income, or renter's credit, goes to people with incomes far in excess of what this targeted credit goes to. And again, that floats up as it's adjusted, but it's, in the ballpark of $54,000 a year. And just anecdotally, we've got some young professional staff here working in the legislature that gets a few $100s back on the renter's credit, and there's nothing wrong with that. But I think by taking a little bit of the increase we're proposing for renters, we can really target, again, those largely single head of household, but certainly low-income parents who are struggling with the high cost of daycare. And this is a really important tax policy, I think. I think we ought to encourage work, but we also ought to recognize the fact that for young families with young children, that comes at a pretty high cost because quality daycare is expensive. So this is a good purpose, and I hope members will support the amendment.
Representative Dabney.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative Loon, thank you for bringing this forward again. Thank you for your passion on the dependent care credit. I will, however, ask people to vote no on the Loon amendment. Let's walk through here for a minute. She's right. The phase out on income for the dependent care credit is at about $38,000. But what she's proposing is that we take money from low-income renters to give to low-income families. 3/4 of the renter's credit goes to people making less than $30,000 a year. So what Representative Loon is proposing is that you take money out of my left pocket and give it back to me in my right pocket, pitting low-income families against low-income families. There's not a benefit to Minnesota when we do that. We should also recognize, as she started to, that it's April 4th. And this bill is not going to become law on April 4th or April 5th. The Senate isn't even unveiling its tax bill until April 7th. Then they have to vote it and go through the process. Representative Loon's amendment would not just require changes at the Department of Revenue, it would require changes at Quicken, it would require changes at TurboTax. They just updated their software for Minnesota with the passage of Tax Bill 1 and the significant tax relief we gave Minnesotans in that bill. Now they'd have to redo it. Everyone who qualified for the dependent care credit and has already done their income tax would have to go back and refile their income tax, delaying their income tax, delaying their returns, delaying their refunds. Members, we shouldn't pit poor people against poor people to the negative of Minnesota. I'd ask for a no vote on the Loon amendment.
So we'll get back to this discussion, but there's several amendments to the amendment that we'll take up first. There is an amendment to the amendment. The clerk will report the amendment.
Torkelson moving to amend the Loon Amendment to House File 3167 as follows. The amendment is coded A12.
Representative Torkelson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to request a roll call on the amendment.
Roll call has been requested. Seeing 15 hands, roughly, there will be a roll call.
And, Mr. Speaker, I'd also like to request a call of the House.
Are there 10 hands? Seeing the clerk will take, there are 10 hands, so the clerk will take the roll.
That'll bring Travis.
Members, please push your button if you're sitting at your desk. Representative Murphy.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move that further proceedings under the roll call be dispensed with and that the Sergeant-at-Arms be instructed to bring in the absent members.
Representative Murphy moves that further proceedings under the roll call be dispensed with and that Sergeant-at-Arms be instructed to bring in the absent members. All in favor say aye. All opposed, no. Motion prevails. The clerk will close the roll and the Sergeant-at-Arms will bring in the absent members. Representative Torkelson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The A12 amendment to the amendment has to do with ag property taxes. First, I would like to thank Representative Marquardt and Representative Dabney for including some ag tax, property tax relief in the bill. But there's a class of ag people that are being left out, and that's the farmers that rent their land. Many farmers, especially young farmers, don't own their land, they rent it, and this new provision would actually work virtually identically to the regular renter's credit, and it would give farmers some renter's credit property tax relief. This is based on, as I said, on the renter's credit and would be based on their adjusted gross income up to $65,000, at which point the renter's credit, farmer's renter's credit would phase out. The maximum amount they could receive is $1,000. The credit is paid for by taking away the taconite 22 cents per ton that goes from the general fund. That was created in 2001 when the taconite industry was at a very low ebb, and they're now doing pretty well. And as we know, if you've read the news lately, farm income is down 78%, and that at the same time as farm expenses have gone up dramatically, including their property taxes. Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. I urge a green vote.
Representative Dabney.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, members. Representative Torkelson. As you know, the division report, House File 3167, the tax bill provides $18 million in additional property tax relief to farmers across the state, delivers it this year and ongoing. I'm going to ask members to vote no on the Torkelson amendment. There's a number of challenges, a number of problems with the amendment. First of all, we're enhancing in this bill, as I just said, the ag credit. So this year and in the future, farmland owners who live on the land will receive increased credit on their property taxes. Under the Torkelson Amendment, I can homestead my farmland, take the increased credit, rent out my farmland, and the farmer renting it from me can then get state money again. Same piece of land, same acres of corn or soybeans or whatever it might be, the state paying two farmers twice to subsidize that operation. It's the only situation we have that I can think of where we provide two benefits to two different people for the same property of land. Farming is a unique enterprise. My mother grew up on a farm, my father in a small farm town. We've got deep roots. My cousin is a farmer. I've got a great deal of respect for the folks who feed us. But in the end, it's a business. Representative Torkelson, as a farmer, has made that very clear in the division. There's no other business where we provide a property tax subsidy to the renter. To the renter. In this bill, Representative Loeffler has a provision to assist small businesses on their property taxes that will reduce property taxes on property, commercial industrial property worth up to $1.1 million. Some of that will pass through to tenants. But this would be a unique program that has not gone through our process here, has not gotten a full vetting, and the double-dipping opportunity here where state taxpayers are paying twice for the same property, I think that alone is a reason to vote no on the Torkelson Amendment. Thank you.
Representative Anzos.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, members, I consider myself a farmer-friendly and labor-friendly member of this great chamber here. And with that in mind, Representative Torkelson, I must object strenuously to your using one group of Minnesotans and the interests of one group of Minnesotans, those being property taxpayers in the taconite relief area. You are pitting them against farmers. And I don't think that that's a good thing. And more specifically, it seems to me like you are asking property taxpayers, homestead property taxpayers in the 6 counties of the taconite relief area to subsidize payments to Minnesotans renting farmland. That just doesn't seem to be a good idea. You mentioned the year 2001. The taconite production tax in 2001 was $2.31 a long ton. Today, 13 years later, it's only $2.56 a long ton. Not a great increase, certainly not keeping up with inflation, certainly not keeping up with the profits, the profitability, and the price of taconite and steel. So members, this is a bad idea. This pits one group of Minnesotans against another group of Minnesotans. It's un-Minnesotan. We shouldn't be doing this. So please join me and Representative Davney in defeating the Torkelson amendment?
Representative Torkelson.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. In response to my friends and colleagues on the other side of the aisle, first off, as far as the taconite tax goes, when it was first applied, the tons mined were quite low, and today the tons mined are quite high. The taconite industry has recovered dramatically during that time, and we're all very thankful for that, and thankful for the successes of the taconite industry. Ag, on the other hand, is seeing, as I mentioned earlier, a 78% decrease in our income. And as far as Representative Davney's comments go, I just remind you again that the relief that's in this bill certainly does benefit those that own farmland, but does absolutely nothing for those that rent farmland. And those are our youngest, probably our most vulnerable farmers are renting their land. They don't own it. And as you, if you understand how ag rents work, anytime the property taxes go up, the rent goes up. Landowners expect that the renter will pay in their rent their property taxes on that land. So there's a direct correlation there, and with that, I again ask for a green vote, Mr. Speaker.
Representative Moline.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members, and Representative Torkelson. I'm not going to ask you to yield, but I can tell by your comments that you're not fully aware of what your amendment does here. You continue to reference the Iron Range and how well the taconite industry is going, and you seem to think that this is property tax relief for the entire Iron Range. And I just want you to be aware that this 22 cents per ton of property tax relief literally only goes to Representative Anzel's district and Representative Radinovich's district. This is not property tax relief for my district or Representative Metza's district or the portions of the Iron Range where mining actually takes place and where the mines are doing pretty well. There's no taconite mining in Representative Radinovich's district or Representative Anzel's district, and unfortunately, they're two of the most economically depressed regions of greater Minnesota. And you're increasing property taxes on those people and just distributing it across the rest of the state. So I just think that you should be aware that you are targeting those two specific legislative districts with your amendment. You're not affecting Representative Metza or I at all, or where the taconite mining takes place. So, you know, you've carved out two legislative districts that are struggling economically in greater Minnesota, that do not have a mining industry. And this is property tax relief that goes directly to those people that live in those regions of the state. So I would encourage members to vote no. Thank you.
Representative Hertas.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative Anzel, you're singing music to my ears. We couldn't agree more. We shouldn't be at all contrasting or pitting one group of Minnesotans against another. We shouldn't be pitting the Iron Range against Metro. We shouldn't be pitting a fourth tier of productive and high income earning people against those who have less income. We shouldn't be doing all of these things. I really hope that we can not have subsidies for big businesses and having to have a place at the big business table of tax breaks. All it ever does is create situations in which those who are the competitors of those businesses are actually subsidizing their competitors. I think it's high time we really start talking about a tax policy that treats everybody in Minnesota a little bit more fairly. Why should we be sending our retirees and our parents and our grandparents out of this state away from our grandchildren? You know, the fact is with the taxing policy that we just talked about recently, and talking about the veterans exemption, what difference does it make? We might as well make everybody's pension tax-free anyway, because we're driving all these people out of the state. So I welcome that. And next year when we come back, I hope we can talk about less disparity between one group of Minnesotans and others. Thank you very much.
Representative Lenczewski.
Thank you, members. I would strongly urge a no vote on this. You know, members, this provision that's being undone by Representative Torkelson, as Representative Davney explained, you know, this is not something we would want to do. I mean, if we want to consider, you know, having refunds for businesses, we maybe should think about that for everyone. But as Representative Dabney walked through for people, it's whether you rent or you live in a home, and that includes a farmer, you receive a refund. This is something we don't have, which would be the renter who lives in a house somewhere, and the person who owns the land lives in a house somewhere, so it's kind of a double dip. But what's most concerning to me here, members, is how this is getting paid for. We have had the policy that Representative Torkelson wants to change since 2001. And we have had multiple governors, majorities go back and forth, and this understanding of how taconite should work in the area that we're talking about in the state as part of our general fund has not been changed. Both parties have had different governors. We've had Democrats and Republicans in charge of these bodies, and this became law in 2001. If we were to vote for the Torkelson Amendment, we would be undoing those provisions that, I understand people like, people like to take things from other people's districts to pass their bills. But members, this really has one that's stood kind of bipartisanly the test of time, and I would urge a no vote.
Seeing no more discussion, clerk will take the roll on the amendment. Members, please vote. Sorry, it's been a while. Members are under call. Please vote. Representative Murphy. Everyone's voted. Clerk will close the roll. There being 53 yeas and 71 nays, the motion does not prevail. The amendment is defeated. There's an amendment at the desk. Clerk will report the amendment.
Garofalo moving to amend the Loon Amendment to House File 3167 as follows. The amendment is coded A18.
Representative Murphy.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move that the call of the House be lifted.
Representative Murphy moves the call of the House be lifted. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed, nay. Motion prevails. Call is lifted. Representative Garofalo, to your amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, first I request a roll call on the amendment.
Request a roll call. Seeing 15 hands, there will be a roll call. Representative Garofalo.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, for many years, since the 1980s, we've had something called a June accelerated sales tax. It is a shift. It is a gimmick that accelerates revenue into one fiscal year versus another. What the chair of the committee is wisely doing is making sure that businesses who have receipts of $150,000 or less will be exempted from the June accelerated sales tax. What my amendment does is out in the years sort of adds an inflationary adjustment to it, so it goes to $250,000, so fewer businesses are required to pay this shift and gimmick. I would ask for member support.
Representative Lenczewski.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, Representative Garofalo, thanks for your work on June Accelerated. It's been an issue that many members of the Tax Committee are aware of. And we've got a great start in the bill, members, but I would urge a no vote. A rough estimate of this amendment is about $14 million in 2016 and $12 million in 2017, and we just don't. I tried to build in as much June Accelerated as I could with the target I had, and I would urge a no vote.
Representative Garofalo.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, members. And the chair is right on those estimates for what it would cost. But think about it this way. It is less than 25% of a new Senate office building. That's all this is. So you can easily afford this. If we can afford a new Senate office building, we can afford this one-time cost to pay off part of the June accelerated sales tax.
Seeing no further discussion, clerk will take the roll on the amendment. Members, please vote. Clerk will close the roll. There being 58 yeas and 66 nays, the amendment is not adopted. There's an amendment at the desk. Clerk will record the amendment.
Anderson S. moving to amend the Loon Amendment to House File 3167 as follows. The amendment is coded A19.
Representative Anderson, to your amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, in committee we had some discussions about this provision in the bill. In the bill, it says that we're going to exclude the first $150,000 from commercial industrial property and give an exemption on that from the statewide general levy. The only problem with, as the bill is drafted right now, that is basically that is shifting a $22 million tax burden onto the businesses in the metro area. It does help greater Minnesota in their areas, at least areas that are smaller in size, but it puts a property tax shift onto the businesses in the metro area to the tune of $22 million. So what my amendment does is fixes that, and it doesn't penalize the greater Minnesota. It still gives them the benefit, but it also does not penalize metro area. So this is it's a good fix to this problem in this bill, and I encourage a green vote. And Mr. Speaker, I'd ask for a roll call, please.
Roll call has been requested. Seeing 15 hands, there'll be a roll call. Representative Loeffler.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. This is related to an issue that I had worked on, and this is the underlying bill provides $80 million in property tax relief to our smallest businesses across the state. And it goes actually bigger than some people might consider, in that it provides relief up to a value of $1,170,000. So any commercial industrial property under $1,170,000 would see a benefit out of this. And it does it by lowering, as Representative Anderson did a good job of explaining it, is lowering the base and forgiving all properties in this classification for the first $150,000 in value. And what the difference is between the underlying bill and Representative Anderson's is that while the bill before you provides $80 million in tax reduction at no cost, the amendment before us would provide a property tax reduction for the largest commercial industrial properties at an annual additional cost to the state of $75 million a year. And I always find that if you're not in property taxes, it always helps to give a few examples to kind of get a feel for this. And small business under $150,000 at $150,000 would save $1,174. All properties below $150,000 in value would no longer pay their state levy. A business of $500,000 in estimated market value would save $772. And a small, typical suburban office complex of about 60,000 square feet with 30 to 40 businesses in it, worth about $3.1 million. They pay $2,100 more, but when you calculate that into their actual rents, it works out to be 3.5 cents on $8.75 a square foot. This is working off of an actual property. So who is paying for this shift? It is our largest, most successful businesses. It might be the mega mall. It might be, some of the big, huge corporate campuses. That's why you see a difference. But I have to say, in terms of metro and non-metro, of course there are lower value properties in greater Minnesota. But it doesn't matter. If your vacancy is on a main street in my little neighborhoods,
or in an industrial park like I have, or it's in a rural Main Street, or an office building in the suburbs. No matter where you go in Minnesota, you see a for sale or for lease sign. And this is going to help those property owners weather and help us start some new businesses that will hopefully grow into big businesses. So that's the difference. This pays an additional amount out of the state treasury to benefit the largest commercial industrial properties.
Representative Anderson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. What Representative Loeffler is neglecting to tell you is that this bill has no tax reduction in it. And as you admitted to last, I think it was Representative Dabney actually said this, in your introduction of your bill, you're admitting to the fact that in 2013, your tax bill increased taxes on small businesses across the state of Minnesota. This is one of those little fixes that we're having to do again this year, because last year in the 2013 bill, you socked it to them with a statewide general levy. Or excuse me, that might have been in the K-12 bill, I can't remember. Either way, in the bill that we have here before us, it does no tax reduction. There is no tax reduction. All you're doing is shifting the tax burden. It's another shift, another gimmick that you're adding to the pile. So instead of helping out the small businesses here in the metro area, you're saying you're going to pay more. It's an $80 million shift is what you're doing. And you know, when you look at folks, how many of you look at the businesses in your district? You see those large complexes that have 10, 20, maybe even 30 small mom and pop shops? Who do you think is going to pay for this in the shift in the property tax? Those owners of those buildings, they're going to shift it onto their tenants. So all those small mom and pop shops that are in those buildings, they are going to be paying more in property taxes on top of the property taxes that you did last year. They're paying more. So don't believe that what you're hearing here. This is a property tax shift onto these small businesses. If you want to fix it, I've come up with a solution that will help it. I ask for a green vote.
Representative Lenczewski.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. Members, I'd urge a no vote. While it is true that what Representative Anderson said, that within the commercial industrial base there isn't a cost to this bill because it's moving within that, there is a cost to the general fund, $80 million a year once it takes effect, full effect, for the rest of time. So members, again, this is a cost item to the state for $80 million a year going forward.
Seeing no further discussion, clerk will take the roll on the amendment. Please vote. Members, please vote. Clerk will close the roll. There being 57 yeas and 67 nays, the motion does not prevail. The amendment is defeated. There's an amendment at the desk. Clerk will report the amendment.
Runbeck moving to amend the Loon Amendment to House File 3167 as follows. The amendment is coded A22.
Representative Runbeck.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And very simply, this amendment would remove the section of this bill that deals with indexing of LGA. And this is the first time in Minnesota history we would be indexing LGA to inflation. And that would be at 2.5% annually, 2.5% per budget year. But that's not a small and insignificant number. And I think members should really be thinking about from the standpoint of the state legislature and what that means. It means we are giving up a lot of budget-making authority, a lot of responsibility. having everything on the table when we need to have it on the table if there are budget issues. So from the state standpoint, it doesn't make good sense. And from the local government policy, it certainly doesn't make good sense, because when it's easy to expect and know that there's going to be money coming, new money year after year after year, it's kind of saying, you know, there's not enough pressure to do things that are efficient and effective and innovative. It kind of also says that all local spending can be justified. It's a bit of a go along to get along sort of idea. And, you know, we should expect more of our elected officials in terms of setting the budget and controlling the budget and controlling those things that are cost drivers. So on many different fronts, indexing is just bad policy. Let's not start it. It's a very bad idea. Please vote no. Please vote yes to the amendment.
Representative Dabney.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I would urge a no vote on Representative Runbeck's amendment. There's some fundamental flaws here. Indexing LGA is not new. This is something that we've done before. From 1994 to 2003, we indexed in LGA. Why? Because it makes LGA predictable and better for our local units of government to be able to anticipate and plan their budgets and control their property taxes. This is an attempt to go back to solid policy that we've had in law before, so that our local units of government can better anticipate what the financial relationship between the state and cities across the state will be. We shouldn't forget that there's two elements to the indexing that is proposed in the bill. One is inflation. Costs go up. But the other is population increase as well. When more people move into town, there's more demand for public services. When costs go up, there's more need for increased revenue. The inflator serves to make LGA consistent, predictable, and better for planning for our local units of government. We've done it before. We should do it again. It was part of the LGA reform that we did last year, and I would ask members to vote no. And, Mr. Speaker, I'd ask for a roll call, please.
Roll call has been requested. Seeing 15 hands, there will be a roll call. Representative Barrett.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Would Representative Dabney yield for a question?
He will yield.
Representative Dabney, I wasn't here in, I think it was 1994 to 2003. You mentioned when we indexed for inflation. Is that the correct years?
Representative Dabney.
Mr. Speaker, Representative Barrett, yes, 1994 to 2003 were the years that we had an indexing provision in the LGA formula.
Representative Barrett.
Would Representative Dabney yield for another question?
He will yield.
Representative Dabney, why did we get rid of that? What caused our state to decide not to index for inflation anymore?
Representative Dabney. Mr. Speaker, Representative Barrett, this was, would have been during Governor Pawlenty's term, I believe, and it would have, I presume, been part of his budget. I was not serving on the tax committee at that time, so I cannot answer authoritatively. I'm sorry.
Representative Barrett.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative Dabney, I don't really, it doesn't really concern me who the governor was, because I'm a part of the legislative body. But I don't even know who the legislatures, who was in charge of the legislature. But I would imagine we had a deficit, is my guess. And I imagine we stopped it because it wasn't good policy, and we had to make tough decisions. When I got elected in 2011, we also had to make tough decisions. We had a $6 billion budget deficit. And I'm really worried by what we're doing today, what we did yesterday, what we continue to do this year, that we're racking up a big debt in future years. We're going to have a big deficit, and we're going to have to make hard decisions at some time in the future, obviously not today, but we will in the future. And I'm just telling the public, whoever's watching on TV, this is one reason of many we have deficits in our state. Thank you.
Representative Runbeck.
Mr. Speaker, I am going to pull the amendment, withdraw the amendment.
Representative Rumbeck withdraws her amendment. There's an amendment at the desk. Clerk will report the amendment.
Anderson S. moving to amend the Loon Amendment to House File 3167 as follows. The amendment is coded 823.
Representative Anderson, to your amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. What my amendment does is it exempts Social Security income from the individual income tax. We have a situation where there are 38 states that do not charge an income tax for Social Security income. Minnesota, unfortunately, does do this. In addition to the 38 states, there's a total of 43 states that have some kind of relief for people on their Social Security income in total. So what I'm trying to do is have us join some of the 43 states that already do this. It would impact about 292,000 taxpayers in the state of Minnesota, folks that are making $44,000 for a married couple. For a single, it's around $32,000. So these are folks that are living on tight budgets, and I'm just asking that we exempt their Social Security income from the income tax. I ask for your support, and I'd also ask for a roll call, Mr. Speaker.
Roll call has been requested. Seeing 15 hands, there'll be a roll call. Representative Lenczewski.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and Representative Anderson. Members, I'd urge a no vote. This provision costs $330 million a year. So, members, if we were to pass this, we would have just spent $660 million in the tails. And, you know, I understand what Representative Anderson is saying, but members, if we were going to come up with a $660 million tax cut right now on the House floor on top of the $100 million in tax cuts that's in the bill, we would not do this. This would be a very regressive way to cut taxes. We already have that the lower income folks within the Social Security tax system are exempt up to certain amounts, about $25,000, and then beyond that it climbs where they pay some, and then over a certain amount it goes up to 85%. So this would be, the biggest beneficiaries would be those with the highest incomes, since those at the lower end already are exempt, or a lot of it is exempt. So if we wanted to come up with a $660 million tax cuts for Minnesotans right now, I would certainly hope we would think of a way that doesn't make our Minnesota tax system significantly more regressive, and that's what this would do. But that's aside from the fact that we don't, this provision costs $330 million a year, members, so I'd urge a no vote.
Representative Anderson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, what we're talking about is people that are making between $44,000 to $56,000, that they would get a tax break, because they currently pay 50% on their Social Security income to the state. And I'm just asking that we give those folks a tax break. Now, last legislative cycle, there was a $2.1 billion tax increase that was passed by the majority. It's hitting not just the rich, as they said that they were going to do, but every man, woman, and child in the state is paying more in taxes for everything under the sun. And all I'm asking for is that we take a portion of that and give a little tax relief to people that are, as married couples, making around $44,000, to help them out, give them a tax break, and help to stimulate our economy. Ask for a green vote. Thanks.
Representative Lenczewski.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I just want to correct something, members. If you're listening, this would not be for people in just the 44 to 50 some thousand Representative Anderson mentioned. It would be for everyone. So Glenn Taylor would get this tax cut. It's all incomes levels, member, and about 85% of this $660 million tax cut would go to the highest income folks. So, members, what this would really do over time, if we had this exemption, it would in fact move the burden to the youngest people, and that's obvious to people, I guess, because it's Social Security, and the poorest people in Minnesota. So, members, please vote no.
Seeing no further discussion, clerk will take roll on the amendment. Members, please vote. Members, please vote. Members, please vote. Clerk will close the roll. There being 58 yeas and 65 nays, the motion does not prevail. The amendment is not adopted. There's an amendment at the desk. Clerk will report the amendment.
Wills moving to amend the Luna Amendment to House File 3167 as follows. The amendment is coded A27.
Representative Wills, to your amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. The DE1-27 amendment is based on House File 532 that I authored last session. It provides non-refundable tax credits to businesses that hire veterans in Minnesota. With an unemployment rate of about 12% for our veterans in Minnesota, this proposal is a win-win here. And it puts Minnesota's servicemen and women back to work here in Minnesota and provides tax relief to businesses. House File 532 has broad bipartisan support. It has 26 GOP authors and 24 DFL authors in the House. And as you can see from your handouts that I'll be getting out to your desks on this amendment, House File 532 was supported by the business community and also by Secretary of State Mark Ritchie. The bill also had the support of several veteran groups, including the Military Action Group, the United Veterans Legislative Council, the Association of the U.S. Army, the Minnesota Assistance Council for Veterans. So you can see that this bill had a lot of support, and I was glad that it made it through the committee process last session and was also included in our tax bill last session as it left the House floor. But I was very disappointed that the provision was stripped out of the tax bill when it went to the conference committee with the Senate. I was disappointed that our veterans were not made a priority in last year's tax bill. Instead, we had a priority of a $90 million Senate office building. Veterans were not made a priority. Members, I'm offering this amendment today to give you another chance to make our veterans a priority by helping them get jobs here in Minnesota and relieving the tax burden on Minnesota businesses. And I ask for your support. Thank you.
Representative Lenczewski.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and Representative Wills, and again, I know you've worked on this for quite a while, but I would urge you no vote, members. Again, this is another item that we would have to find funding for. It's about a $60 million price tag. And members, I should correct something. What was in the tax bill last time was not this. It was a version of this. But what is correct is that the Senate wasn't quite there, and I fear even if we put it on, there would be the same fate. We have already passed Representative Detmer's provision here today, and of course Representative Murphy has exempting everybody's pay. So members, I'd urge a no vote.
Representative Wills.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Representative Lenczewski, for clarifying that. You are correct. It was a variation on this bill, but again, the premise was the same. It was to provide tax credits to employers who hire veterans. And I was very encouraged to see that there was a lot of support from both sides on that provision. And I think about the costs that you mentioned. It would be about $30 million per year less in tax revenue that would come into the state of Minnesota. But keep in mind that that would mean that those dollars would be reinvested in the businesses. Those businesses could hire more employees, could expand. And when you're hiring more employees and hiring these veterans, those veterans are taxpayers in the state of Minnesota. So I believe that this would end up being revenue neutral if we let it be put into law. And again, it really comes back to priorities. If we can spend $90 million on a Senate office building, I believe that we can afford to provide these tax credits for our veterans. And I urge your support. Thank you.
Seeing no further discussion, all those in favor of the amendment signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed, nay. No. Motion does not prevail. The amendment is not adopted. There's an amendment at the desk. Clerk will report the amendment.
Anderson P. moving to amend House File 3167, moving to amend the Luna Amendment to House File 3167 as follows. The amendment is coded A33.
Representative Anderson, to your amendment.
Thanks, Mr. Speaker and members. This amendment is another attempt to look at an issue that I think is pretty important. It has to do with an exemption to the sales tax for the purchase of propane tanks in Minnesota. And we've just gone through a winter in which some call it the perfect storm and whatever, that we had issues with supply and price, and we need to do something. And my concern is that now that it's 60 degrees outside and the sun is shining and we have green grass all over, not quite yet, but as that happens, we're going to lose track of what happened this past winter and not really address the long-range situation of our propane supply in Minnesota. And way back in 2010, the legislature allocated $40,000 for a study to determine the capacity storage in the state and what we should do about that. And some of their recommendations had to do with the tax credits that had been tried at the federal level, and they think those would work if used at the state level as well, and that's what my amendment does. According to that study, 90% of the propane used in this state comes to us by pipeline. And that was before the Cochin pipeline is going to leave us. And the pipelines that we have left include the New Star, the Enterprise, Pine Bend, the Coke terminals, the pipelines. We're going to have to rely on rail. And along with that, we have to increase our storage capacity in this state so that we can work our way through some of these huge demand swings that occur in the fall, like we had with a wet corn harvest, an early onset of a cold winter, which really hasn't left us yet. And we have to address that situation. And I know Chair Lenczewski doesn't really look at these types of sales tax exemptions with a lot of gusto, but I did try to get some actual funding for this type of bill. I had the appropriation bill in to the Energy Committee a week before the deadline, didn't get a hearing. So I'm back here again because I think this issue is that important. And as we go ahead, we haven't really done anything yet to address the long-range fundamental fact that we need more capacity, more storage for propane in this state. We can look at the filling tanks in the summertime when the allocations for the dealers help them get a bigger winter supply as well. But we have to take the lead here and show Minnesota that we are serious about addressing this situation and not forget about it, because we had that serious problem this past winter. So what the bill does is it's a temporary exemption through up until the end of December 2016. And because I wasn't in the tax bill, I had to look other places for funding. And no taking money is ever good, but the only choices I had were putting off for a year the exemption for coin-operated amusement machines, and also putting off for a year some taconite production aid until fiscal year 2016. And that's the amendment, and I would appreciate a green vote and ask for a roll call. Mr.
Roll
Speaker.
call has been requested. Seeing 15 hands, there will be a roll call. Representative Anzals, to the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, Representative Anderson, as you know, you and I are close friends, and I have utmost respect for you, and I share your concern about the propane crisis that we just went through. But Representative Anderson, you shouldn't ask school kids who go to school along the iron ore formation in any one of 15 different school districts, whose education is just partially paid for by a slice of the taconite production tax, which is $2.56 a long ton. You shouldn't be taking money from them to pay for a sales tax exemption for propane tanks without any
income verification, without any progressivity, without any allowance for how wealthy these propane owners are. That just is not good. It's not Minnesotan. Once again, it takes from one group of Minnesotans to provide something of benefit to another group of Minnesotans. Members, please don't support this amendment.
Representative Anderson.
Thanks again, Mr. Speaker. Just quickly, and what you say, I hear that. The only thing I would add is that in the last tax bill a couple of weeks ago, we added $1.2 million for the IRRB, and I think in the next biennium about nearly $5 million additional funding. So that's the reason we look there. And again, I would ask for support, Mr. Speaker.
Seeing no further discussion, clerk will take roll on the amendment. Members, please vote. Clerk will close the roll. There, Representative Mack votes aye. There being 57 ayes and 68 nays, the motion does not prevail. The amendment is not adopted. There's an amendment at the desk. Clerk will report the amendment.
Pew moving to amend House, the Pew amendment, or the Luna amendment as follows. The amendment is coded A36.
Representative Pugh, to your amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Representative Lenczewski, for having included my first bill, House File 2703, granting sales tax exemptions for local joint powers agreements in your tax bill with an effective date of July 1st, 2015. I rise today representing one, if not the, most taxed already districts in the state with a great amendment, which I anticipate bipartisan support and which will give us as a body the opportunity to do the right thing for our local units of government and for all of Minnesota as a result. Joint powers agreement entities are local units of government which are already working together collaboratively to create efficiencies to save taxpayers money. In the case of my district and the South Lake Minnetonka Police Department and others like it throughout our state, which are providing the foremost duty of government, we shouldn't be punishing local units of government, especially those that have found themselves in this unfortunate situation as a result of the lack of clarity in last year's Omnibus tax bill. Members, if it was a mistake before not to include joint powers in the sales tax exemption, which members on both sides of the aisle have said it was, then it's logical to fully correct the mistake by providing a refund now. My amendment would allow joint power entities to apply to the Commissioner of Revenue for reimbursement of actual sales tax paid between January 1st of this year and July 1st of 2015. And members, it's the right thing to do, and I urge a green vote. Thank you.
Representative Lenczewski.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Representative Pugh, for your kind words. And I'm glad at least we were able to get your bill in there. But unfortunately, I do oppose this amendment, members, for the refunds. You know, it would take about 2 years for folks to get this refund from the time they paid it. But I would also tell you is that while Representative Pugh is addressing the joint powers issue retroactively, there's a number of other special districts that would not be receiving this refund. Those are the HRAs, the EDAs, and the port authorities. So members, at this time, I would urge a no vote.
Representative Dowd to the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd request a roll call on the amendment.
Roll call has been requested. Seeing 15 hands, there'll be a roll call. Representative Pugh. Thank you, Mr. Speaker and Representative Lenczewski. Well, I'm disappointed, of course. This has received broad bipartisan support. In fact, just today, I had a member from the other side of the aisle whose local Joint Powers Association has encouraged her to sign on to this bill. And at the hearing, there were so many members on both sides that this does affect our local units of government. And to Representative Lenczewski's point that they would have to wait for 2 years, that's not a problem at all. In fact, they would be delighted to do so and to apply for a refund. So I would strongly encourage a green vote, and I thank you very much.
Seeing no further discussion, clerk will take the roll on the amendment. Members, please vote. Members, please vote. Clerk will close the roll. There being 60 yeas and 65 nays, the motion does not prevail. The amendment is not adopted. There's an amendment at the desk. Clerk will report the amendment.
Anderson S. moving to amend the Loon Amendment to House File 3167 as follows. The amendment is coded A43.
Representative Anderson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to lay my amendment temporarily on the table, please.
Okay, Representative Anderson temporarily withdraws her amendment. The clerk will report the amendment.
Grisha moving to amend the Loon Amendment to House File 3167 as follows. The amendment is coded A44.
Representative Grisha.
And thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise for this amendment, and I ask your support, members. This is just simply going to help us with first-generation education. Those students who take out loans right now are eligible for a tax credit for just just interest, and this would allow principal for that. And the justification for this is that we have an inflator for the LGA. And because of that, Minneapolis should be able to cover their debt service that we had put into place in the last tax bill. And so I ask that we provide a tax credit up to $500 for the first generation of college students. And those enrolled in August 2010 and after would be eligible. Student loan defaults, as you know, are at the highest they have been in over 2 decades. So this is very important. This is something we can do for these students across the state. And studies have shown that those who do earn a 2 or 4 year degree tend to earn less. With parents earning less, students and graduates are taking on more of the financial burden when entering college. So I ask your support of this amendment, and I ask for a roll call.
Roll call being requested. Seeing 15 hands, there will be a roll call. Representative Dabney.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And members, I'd ask for a no vote on the Grisha amendment. Let me talk a little bit about the statewide asset that happens to be in downtown Minneapolis that is the crown jewel, the flagship library in the library system for the largest, most populous county in the state of Minnesota. It's new. It's a tourist attraction because of the architecture. I.M. Pei, internationally known and respected architect, came to town and worked hard to build a library that far better serves the citizens of Minnesota than the building that it replaced. Almost 100% of the collection is now available, when in the previous library building only about 15% of the library collection was available. And we talk about the collection. Why is the downtown library part of a statewide asset? It's because it's part of a statewide system of interlibrary loans. The library employs 2 staff just to handle loans to go out of the Minneapolis Downtown Library across the state. If you haven't used that library system that we're lucky enough to have and that our budget support, I would urge you to do that because it's a remarkable opportunity. Why is it a statewide asset? Because the Minneapolis Library is the only complete patent library in the state of Minnesota. That's key these days for our entrepreneurs, for our idea generators, for our job developers to have access to those patents. It's also got the largest collection of government documents for any research to use. 40% of the users of the downtown library are business people doing research. That patent research, other kind of research, job seekers looking for employment, that's 40%. And Representative Krisha was good enough to focus on the needs of first-generation college students. As we know, many of those first-generation college students are new Americans. The downtown library in Hennepin County has a New American Center that offers English language learning opportunities for those learners and other services specific to them. Let's not damage a statewide asset because of simply where it's located. We've got statewide and regional assets across the state. Let's make sure to support this one as we chose to last year. I ask for a no vote on the Krisha amendment. Thank you.
Representative Krisha.
And thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I just want to check, do I have a roll call on?
No.
May I ask for a roll call?
Yes. Roll call has been requested. Seeing 15 hands, there will be a roll call.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And members and Representative Dabney, I absolutely understand the statewide asset. This is not about taking that statewide asset away. This is in no way diminishing the value of that. And that asset can easily be paid for with the LGA, the inflator, and the resources that are available. But let's talk a little bit about the statewide asset of communities. Let's talk a little bit about the statewide asset of our children and their education. Let's talk about the statewide asset of first-generation students going off to college so they can come back and build the communities across Minnesota. Let's talk about how a statewide asset, as you claim with the library in Minneapolis, supports that learning and supports the lifelong learning that we need in our communities. So all I'm asking is that we don't diminish the statewide asset of the library, that that's paid for with the funds of the LGA, but that we improve our statewide asset of our children's education and we get more kids into college. Members, I ask for a green vote.
Representative Lenczewski.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. You know, members, I continue to be disappointed when people try to take things from other people's districts. I don't think it's good form. But if the representative would be willing to withdraw his amendment, I would recommend that we vote for this now. And I guess what I would say is, you know, we certainly care about the items that are being raised, but I would like to work on a way to not have the folks who have the Minneapolis Library pay for this. I mean, I think we understand this issue. But, you know, I just hope as members go forward, you know, we've taken Representative Detmer's amendment. No one's figured out how to pay for that. But this would be the same problem. But I know, talking to some folks on my side of the aisle, they don't want to vote for this. So, but I would urge people to vote for it if we could withdraw the roll call.
Yes. Yeah, Representative Krisha.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And thank you, Representative Lenczewski. I'll withdraw the roll call if we can vote for the amendment.
The roll call has been withdrawn. Seeing no further discussion, all in favor of the amendment say aye. Aye. All opposed, no. The motion prevails. So, Kurt? There's another amendment at the desk. Clerk, report the amendment.
Peppin moving to amend the Loon amendment as follows. The amendment is coded A45.
Representative Peppin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. We just talked about the funds, the debt service that are going towards the Minneapolis Library. Mine's a little different. Mine is a provision that would just take a portion of that debt service and apply it towards grants that could be applied towards women-owned businesses to help them pay for local property taxes. I think it's a good way that we can support women-owned businesses. And members, I'd ask for a roll call, or Mr. Speaker, I'd ask for a roll call and a green vote.
Roll call has been requested. Seeing 15 hands, there will be a roll call. Discussion. Seeing no discussion. All those in favor of the amendment say aye. What? Roll call. We'll take the roll. The clerk will close the roll. There being 101 ayes and 22 nays, the amendment is the motion prevails. The amendment is adopted. There is another amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Swazinski moving to amend the Loon amendment as follows. The amendment is coded A46.
Representative Swazinski.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Before you is A46 is beginning farmer tax credit. This amendment is pretty straightforward. It exempts land purchases by eligible persons that would be exempt from local property taxes that fit into certain parameters. They've been farming for just under 10 years. They purchased a piece of property just within the last 2 years. And because of land prices that are so high, and as you've read in the news, farm income has been decreasing up to 78% in the last year. We really feel that this is a great opportunity, a good bill that will kind of open up the ideas and to allow the ability for young farmers that are looking to purchase land, give them a little bit of a leg up, and it only lasts for 2 years. The unique part of this bill is that those funds will come from the state, but I understand that this is a potential issue with germaneness, and I will withdraw this amendment. So thank you.
Representative Swazinski withdraws his amendment. There's another amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment. Sarah Anderson.
Anderson S. Moving to amend the Loon amendment to House File 3167. The amendment is coded A43.
Representative Anderson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members,
What my amendment does is it restores the R&D refundability tax credit. So the R&D tax credit, making it refundable once again. When we first put this in place, it was highlighted by financial magazines across the nation as a hot spot for Minnesota, for small startup companies in particular, because those are the folks that benefit the most from having a refundable R&D tax credit. And so both Minnesota and Louisiana happened to put this in place at the same time, and all of the businesses out there said this is a great place to invest your dollars to help out small, innovative companies. And we're blessed in Minnesota that we have a very vibrant, high-tech community, in the sense of these small businesses come to our state to try and their hat at whatever innovation that they have. But we are making ourselves less competitive because in the 2013 bill, we removed that refundable portion from the R&D tax credit. And why I know, in addition to the articles that we see from companies or from magazines across the nation of why this is important for the state of Minnesota, is that even our Department of Employment and Economic Development, even today, they still laud our refundable tax credit in their publications. They must not have gotten the memo that it was removed in 2013. I just downloaded today from the department a little talking point sheet that they have on Minnesota's R&D tax credit, and it still notes us having the refundable tax credit, but we don't have it anymore. So you know that DEED is using this as a tool to attract businesses to this state. It's noted on this article that I pulled off from the internet today. Also, there was an article here in the area development. It's a site and facility planning online publication. And here it says Minnesota direct financial incentives for 2014. In the article, a DEED official highlights that Minnesota's R&D tax credit is refundable. Well, if DEED thinks it's so good and they're using it as a tool to try and attract these businesses to come to this state, I think it's important for us to not make liars out of them and actually put this back in place. I think it was one of the mistakes from the 2013 tax bill, and I think that we could remedy this mistake right here and now by fixing it and bringing back the refundability. It helps those small companies be able to innovate and keep high-paying jobs here in the state of Minnesota. That's the big qualification on this, and I ask for a green vote and a roll call too, please.
A roll call has been requested. Seeing 15 hands, there will be a roll call. Seeing no further discussion, the clerk will take the roll on the amendment. The clerk will close the roll. There being 77 ayes and 48 nays, the motion prevails. The amendment is adopted. We're back on the Loon Amendment. Representative Lenczewski.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, we've had a lot of good discussion here today. Representative Loon knows that I've been a supporter of what she's been trying to do, and in fact, as she pointed out, we initially passed it. So, members, I would urge a yes vote on the DE1.
Any further discussion? Representative Loon.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank Representative Lenczewski for her comments. And you know, this has been a recurring theme to my comments in Tax Committee, and I appreciate her support on this. And you know, Representative Dabney, I think we're all going to. This is going to go by voice because I won't ask for a roll call as long as it's going to go on. But you know, there was a lot of discussion about pitting one group against another with regards to taxes. And you know, just to be clear about this so members aren't confused, you know, this really is more about giving a group, a very deserving group, again, low income people with young children in daycare who really are poor but are working, giving them a tax credit, and to do that, giving a slightly smaller increase to the renter's credit. They're still going to get 5%. So they're going to get a 5% increase in the renter's credit, and you're going to be able to give a little help to some very deserving folks. So I appreciate the support, Mr. Speaker and members.
Seeing no further discussion, all those in favor of the amendment say aye. All opposed, no. Motion prevails. The amendment is adopted. The clerk will give the bill its third reading.
Third reading, House File 3167 as amended.
Third reading. Any further discussion on the bill? Seeing no further discussion, the clerk will take the roll on the bill. Representative, sorry, we'll close the roll call. I guess people were standing over here. Representative Runbeck.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And just a couple of closing comments. This is in large part a property tax bill, and you know, we know that our system in Minnesota is one of the most complex in the nation. And I don't know that the majority party has done much to eliminate the confusion in the last 2 years. In fact, the problem is that citizens don't know. The finger pointing continues to go back and forth. Who do the citizens look to as responsible for their property taxes? And I think that this bill and last year's as well kind of perpetuates that confusion. You know, that's probably not getting us very far in terms of citizens having a good sense of how to weigh in and how to be involved in what's happening in their local government. And I would just also add that last year's increase in spending on LGA was $120 million total. And in addition to that, there was $250 million worth of sales tax exemptions that were available to cities and counties for this current year. So you've got about $370 million in new money that went to cities and counties, and yet that wasn't enough to contain the spending. So we haven't contained spending. I don't know if we're going to ever find a way to contain spending going with this rate. So I think it's a bit of a sad commentary, frankly, that we're at this point and realizing that not much that we do is going to be able to curtail the spending appetite at the local governments. Thank you.
Representative Franzen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I just want to thank Representative Dabney and Representative Torkelson and Representative Lenczewski and the members on the Tax Committee. I had a provision in this tax bill to help a little city in my district called Bluffton. Bluffton has 210 people in there, and 2 years ago, this body fixed some issues with LGA due to some clerical issues that had taken place. But the little city of Bluffton, 210 people, were unable to meet the requirements back 2 years ago. So the city council member came to me and had asked if I could once again try to get a little help for the city of Bluffton. So thank you to Representative Dabney and Representative Torkelson, Representative Lenczewski and the Tax Committee for allowing me to hear this, or for allowing me to bring forward this bill and to hear it and to put it into this tax bill. I know that my city of Bluffton greatly appreciates the help that you have provided them.
Representative Quam.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And members, I did listen to the other side of the aisle. I heard during the debate on renters' credit, so to speak, for farmers, that you know, you weren't for what you were for when we talk about renter's credit for people renting apartments, etc. That it's fine to realize that taxes pass through to a renter unless they're a farmer. And it's fine to pass on and spread out the property tax to others as long as you're not a farmer. And I hope that the people remember that the next time we discuss property taxes. Thank you.
Any further discussion? Seeing none, the clerk will take the roll on the bill. The clerk will close the roll. Garofalo votes aye. He changes from no to aye. There being 125 ayes and 0 nays, the bill is passed as amended and its title agreed to. The next bill on the calendar for the day is House File 2701.
House File 2701 on the calendar for today, the third engrossment, an act relating to disaster relief.
The author of the bill, Representative Pelowski.
Mr. Speaker and members, this is the same bill that was in the supplemental finance bill that we passed in Representative Paymeyer's public safety section, with the exception of the appropriation. This bill is the so-called disaster bill, Chapter 12A and now Chapter 12B. This bill will create a mechanism so that we will not have to go into special session if the amount of money being spent is approximately less than $6 million. The bill accomplishes that in two ways: a standing appropriation of $6 million in a contingency account, and then we can backfill into the account unspent money from previous disasters. The bill as it exists now is supported by the Association of Minnesota Emergency Managers, the Association of Minnesota Counties, the Minnesota Township Association, the Minnesota State Fire Chiefs Association, and the Minnesota Fire Departments Association. This bill has been a long time coming. The initial Chapter 12A was created in 2008 after the disastrous floods in southeastern Minnesota of 2007, still the largest single disaster by monetary account in the history of the state. It is the roadmap for disasters for this state. And, Mr. Speaker, I believe there are amendments if we want to go to the amendments.
There is an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Falk moving to amend House File 2701, the third engrossment, as follows. The amendment is coded 1052.
Representative Falk.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I spoke with the author about this, and at this time I'd like to withdraw the amendment.
Representative Falk withdraws his amendment. There's another amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Erdahl moving to amend House File 2701, the first engrossment, as follows. The amendment is coded A2.
Representative Erdahl.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members. And first, I would like to, thank Representative Pelowski for his work on putting this together. It's just that I feel it comes up short, and I'd like to make a few comments. An explanation. Under federal law, certain private nonprofit organizations are eligible to receive FEMA grants for disaster relief. FEMA provides disaster aid to nonprofits under its public assistance program, mostly to states and local government units. Eligible private nonprofits are those that provide critical services in the event of a disaster. Our rural electric co-ops were created in 1935. They provide official critical services, electricity, to rural Minnesota. FEMA may currently provide up to 75% of the recipient's disaster cost. Co-ops, states, and local government units are responsible for the remaining 25%. The state of Minnesota pays part or all of the remaining 25% of eligible costs for local government units. The legislature appropriates money to the Department of Public Safety, who distribute it. Co-ops are eligible for the state FEMA match or the new state aid program for local government units in House File 2701. They are also eligible for DEED's business disaster relief, but this is not funded by the legislature for each disaster. Only utility co-ops are eligible in my amendment, not social services or others who might be eligible for FEMA funding. Now, most of you remember disasters in your districts that left you without power and with your cooperative struggling with a monumental task. In my district, 3 years in a row, there were disasters, leaving Meeker County Light and Power with huge bills. Now, there are those who oppose this. Many of you have received email from county emergency managers fearing that basically the pot of money is too small and they won't have funding for their disasters. Well, maybe then we as a legislature need to examine these disaster needs and be better prepared. To sum up, co-ops perform a critical function, electrical cooperatives. FEMA does make them eligible for disaster funding. I repeat, FEMA makes them eligible for disaster funding. The state of Minnesota doesn't. And I ask through this amendment that we do so.
Representative Pelowski.
Mr. Speaker, members, I can understand Representative Erdahl's concerns, and I share them. However, Senator Cohn has worked with me on this bill, and with not just the groups I mentioned today, but also with the governor's office. It has not been the policy in Minnesota to do this, so I'm going to ask members to vote against the amendment.
Representative Anderson.
Thanks, Mr. Speaker and members. I rise in support of the Erdahl amendment. I checked back with my local rural electric cooperative. Last June 21st, a major storm went through the area. Of their 14,000 customers at one time, 8,000 were without power. It cost that one storm about $400,000, and they were thankful for the FEMA money they got, but it left a hole when the state, they were not eligible for the state reimbursement. And I understand the concern from the FEMA folks, but it would be up to us to make that pot a little bit bigger. But we certainly understand the importance of our rural cooperatives, and I, again, rise in support of the Erdahl amendment.
Representative Erdahl.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. And, this is a serious problem. And I commend Representative Pelowski for the steps he's taken. We have to go farther. Again, if FEMA recognizes the need, the state of Minnesota should. But I also recognize it ain't going to happen today, so I withdraw the amendment.
Representative Erdahl withdraws his amendment. There are no further amendments at the desk. The clerk will give the bill its third reading.
Third reading, House File 2701.
Third reading. Any discussion to the bill? Seeing none, the clerk will take the roll on the bill.
Looking for more.
The clerk will close the roll. There being 124 ayes and 0 nays, the bill is passed and its title agreed to. The next bill on the calendar for the day is House File 2397. The clerk will report the bill.
House File 2397, the second engrossment, an act relating to education.
The author of the bill, Representative Mariani.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. Let me just begin quickly by saying that last year this legislature did a terrific job. I've been here a long time, and I have to say the K-12 bill, particularly the one that came off the House floor, was just a marvelous piece of work that really contributed, I think will contribute powerfully to our state being able to do right by its young people, but also to move our state forward with all the capacities and skills that we're going to need to draw from our next generation in order to be prosperous in a good state. And it's in that spirit that I bring you this bill today. I'm really proud of it. But before I tell you about it, I just want to pause very quickly to tell you just how proud I am of the committee that I've had the privilege to chair over the last couple of years, the K-12 Policy Committee. In particular, we have just terrific leadership. Our majority lead and vice chair, Representative Kathy Breinert. What a privilege to work with you, Representative Breinert. Our lead GOP a member, Representative Sandra Erickson. Representative Erickson and I have been on education committees together for a number of years, and I believe we've done some really good work together, Representative Erickson. All the members, if you ask any member on this committee, I think they'll tell you that we kind of tend to slow things down a little bit to just really be very deliberate and very careful, very responsible about the decisions that we make to frame up good policy frameworks to guide our schools so that we can draw our best from kids. And so that often means we get pretty deep in the weeds, and we do that sometimes pushing each other a little bit tough, but always respectfully and always keeping our eyes on the prize. And finally, members, our staff is just incredibly awesome folks. Jamal Lundy, Peter Grafston, Adosh Uni, Lisa Larson, Jody from our GOP research staff. What an incredible group of people, all keeping their eyes on the prize. Thank you so much. Members, this is a solid bill. It continues the approach that we began, that we continued in the last legislative session, really focused on the broad things on how do we build, how do we help guide our schools to build better educational services for our K-12 students, how to do that efficiently, how to open up opportunities, how to do more opportunities for our students, and then also how do we align the policy expectations of the state with the rapidly changing demographics in our student body and the incredible opportunities that we have relative to that changing student body. And so, members, I'll do just a very quick, broad outline, and then I'll sit down and we'll do amendments and have a good debate. Article 1 of the bill is our Learning for English Academic Proficiency and Success, or LEAPS. This is work that I've personally been involved in since the end of last session, and quite frankly working very closely with our Senate counterpart committee, accessing some of the best minds here in the state, but also across the country, asking the question, is there a better way for us to deliver educational services for our English language learner students? Many of you know that as a subgroup of our K-12 population, we don't do very well with the student body. The graduation rates
collectively are just a little bit over 50%, maybe not quite 60%. If you pull up any of the standardized test results against our standards, these students really struggle to get there. There's a huge gap between their performance and the performance of their peers who are not ELL background. The ELL community, I'm sure all of you can attest to this. You know, it used to be that this was primarily a kind of core city issue. My own district, I always brag about it as the Ellis Island of Minnesota. But frankly, the English language learner, the student community is growing phenomenally rapidly across the state, and frankly, it's growing faster in greater Minnesota than it's growing in Minneapolis and St. Paul. Also very, very rapid growth in Twin Cities suburban communities. English as a home language is not the primary language for an increasing number of Minnesota residents throughout the entire state, and the growth is really nothing short of spectacular. And so when you put those things together, rapid growth, rapid challenges with poor outcomes, it really begs the question of us reforming, revamping our policy guidelines to guide our school districts to be able to do a better job. The great news is that we know how to do a better job. We have great practitioners here and there throughout the state. We access those folks. We have great research on that here in our own land-grant university, our MnSCU systems, and across the nation, and we access them as well in order to get advice. And so what you have before you in Article 1 is a walk into pretty much the entire scope of our K-12 statutory code, ranging from delivery of services to teacher prep, to teacher licensure, to professional development of both teachers and administrators, of our state accountability systems, our use of assessments, reporting systems for both students and schools, and our expectations of students. And all of that by emphasizing that our goal should be high proficiency in English language at the academic level. So this isn't just about helping people to learn a particular word in English and to pronounce it right. It's about mastering English, dominating English, so that the student can enter powerfully into academic pursuits. And here's what we know from the research and the practitioners. The best way, the fastest way, the most powerful and lasting way to do that is to work off of the home language of the student, to be able to continually access those powerful gifts and skills that these students already possess by virtue of conversing, interacting, having a worldview based on interpreting it through another language. So it's not about diminishing one language in order to achieve the other. In fact, a lot of harm can happen from that. It's really about strengthening both, so that at the end, we wind up with powerful English speakers. In the end, we wind up with students who are able to stay at grade level when it comes to content knowledge, so that they can engage academically even as they're learning English in our English speaking schools. And then if we really do this well, we get a three-fare, folks. We produce more students from our state who are able to dominate mastery in more than one language. And with that, we added a Representative Norton provision from Rochester. This was basically Representative Norton is building off of a little bit of work that we did before, and we're creating a seals for multilingual proficiency in the state of Minnesota. And basically, this is going to include all students, not just ELL students. This is lifting up that we value multilingual high-level capacity as an outcome out of our schools. And so students will be able to demonstrate that proficiency in at least 2 languages, and Representative Norton can speak to it a little bit later in terms of how we do that. This is cutting edge, folks. You know, if Minnesota is going to be able to engage fully and powerfully in the global economy and the global civic, social, scientific, global community, we have to be able to produce young people out of our K-12, E-12 systems who have mastery in at least 2 languages. Representative Norton creates a powerful frame to be able to recognize that, encourage that, and basically, and also apply powerful accreditation to that. The bill also addresses the issue that we have with the teacher licensure. This has to do with the so-called basic skills test, which, members, is just one element of a multi-part licensing assessment process. And both sides of the aisle for a number of years have been struggling with this issue because the basic skills component, that sub-test, is producing it right now at about 20 to 25% failure rates. And they're not failure rates of teacher candidates who are inept in terms of being teachers. These are men and women who are going through college teacher prep programs, who are doing that successfully, are successfully doing student teaching, are successfully passing all the other elements of that test, the pedagogy components, the content components. If you're going to be a math teacher, you got to be able to pass that math assessment tool. And then they run into this thing called a quote-unquote basic skills test. And otherwise, you know, fantastic candidates are, for some reason, not getting through that test. We don't know all the reasons for it, but this has been going on for a long while. It's actually created an incredible backlog in our teacher licensure application process in the state. It has particularly harmed Greater Minnesota because, as you know, that pool of teacher candidates is going to be far smaller than the pools that you're going to be able to pull out of from the Twin Cities or even from some of our larger regional centers. And so both parties here have been struggling with what to do with that. We think we've come up with a very good way to address that issue, and quite frankly, members, we do so by borrowing elements from both caucuses that have been put forward. And so what we're putting forward is we're keeping the basic skills, first of all. And members, that's really important. We're going to keep the basic skills test, but we're also going to offer another rigorous test that, quite frankly, is a much more transparent tool, and that is the ACT-SAT set at a certain range of performance by the Board of Teaching. We think it's a good, powerful way to be able to address this issue because by introduction of the ACT-SAT, we're talking about a high competency test. Obviously, it's used very heavily by both post-secondary and employers. It's also a transparent test so that folks will know pretty much, pretty early, whether or not they should be pursuing and investing in a teacher prep program. The bill also has a very important provision from Representative Pelowski. This is the Military Families Compact that provides educational opportunities at an equal level for the children of our men and women in uniform who, because they are serving our nation, are often asked to move from one jurisdiction to the other. It's not unusual, we heard, for families to move through 6, 7, 8, or 9 school jurisdictions as they're serving their nation, moving from base to base, both overseas but particularly here in the United States. And so the compact is a compact of states. It's an agreement among states that allows for an expedited, smooth a high priority transfer of credits of graduation so that students can graduate on time, that the information is there. Representative Pelowski can share more about that later. There's also a really powerful adult diploma framework here. Representative Dabney is carrying this bill. This comes out of a task force that we authorized last year, and they did a terrific job of really modernizing the adult diploma. And by that, what I mean is that, think about it, we have a lot of folks trying to access an adult diploma who often come to us from other shores. They may come to us from societies where they've had very little or interrupted, but very little formal educational opportunities. But yet, they come to us with incredible skills. Young people who know how to build homes, young people who know how to navigate through different cultures. But little of that is acknowledged in our assessment system for achieving an adult diploma. So the recommendations here, we're still tied to our high standards in our state, will allow for those students, in addition to our regular assessments, to be able to demonstrate proficiency against those standards by demonstrating their lived experiences and knowledge. This is really cutting edge stuff if we're going to expand opportunities for all Minnesotans. There are several provisions in the bill that are part of the governor's quote-unquote unsession provisions. We added to those by taking a number of GOP mandate reduction proposals brought forward by Representative Erdahl. Representative Briner has some next step work having to do with our reclaiming and pushing forward with our career tech education. Some of you know that some states have abandoned their career and tech opportunities. What a foolish thing to do. I mean, those are the skills that are absolutely essential for us to build up our economy, particularly our hands-on work in our economy. Representative Briner brings in language that continues to align our K-12 education system with the ability for young people to advance career and tech learning. There's a number of provisions that Representative Slocum brought forward in conjunction with the charter school communities, just to streamline some processes for authorizers. This is really good cleanup work, that really enhances the quality of that whole sector in terms of authorizing and streamlining their reporting. And then finally, members, there are throughout the bill several bills, both GOP and DFL bills. Representative Detmer has an extracurricular provision related to students with IEPs. Representative Erdahl has a pretty exciting, in my opinion, pilot that will look at student teaching experiences that can be up to 12 months in length. This is not unusual. The Bush Foundation actually experimented with a little bit of this when they made a big investment in teacher prep a couple of years ago. Representative Mason has a driver's ed bill for retired teachers to be able to come back and offer those services. Representative Bly has some important work around experiential learning, and then Representative Hoppe has a provision related to the Chaska schools. So members, with that, I'm going to sit and we'll begin our discussions, and there are a number of amendments at the desk. Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members.
There is an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Hugo moving to amend House File 2397, the second engrossment as follows. The amendment is coded A73.
We'll temporarily withdraw that amendment. There's another amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Norton moving to amend House File 2397, the second engrossment, as follows. The amendment is coded A48.
Representative Norton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, members. This is just a small cleanup. There was an omission, an oversight on my part, actually, and as we drafted the bill, we had listed, this is the sealed biliteracy that Representative Mariani was talking about. It requires high-level skills in listening, reading, writing, and speaking in order to get the sealed biliteracy. It's a very high standard, and in one portion of the bill, the term listening and writing were omitted in one section, and that section was very important because MnSCU will not give college credit to these students unless they can reach that high standard in all 4 levels, not just 2 of the 4 as stated in the bill. So it's really just technical and will assure a high standard for all these great students. And I should mention this was actually caught by my high school mentee that I've been working with. So it just shows you the commitment he's had as he helped me work through this bill. So I really appreciate your support, members.
Any discussion on the amendment? Seeing none, all in favor of the amendment say aye. All opposed, no. Motion prevails. There is another amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Uglum moving to amend House File 2397, the second engrossment as follows. The amendment is coded A73.
Representative Uglum.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, the A73 amendment, which there's a handout coming around, I would urge you to take a look at that. This would makes you should be aware of an issue that is there's a real problem in many of our school districts right now. As you may know, I represent Anoka Hennepin, the largest school district in the state, and this amendment is in regard to our sports programs. It really talks about competitive play and our voluntary conferences for football and other sports that are out there today. And that whole infrastructure, that whole program is at risk right now with what the Minnesota State High School League has been doing. The Minnesota State High School League has replaced these voluntary conferences with really essentially a forced district grouping. And I would again call your attention to the handout that's there, but this is a problem with many school districts around the state from a competitive standpoint. Now, the Minnesota State High School League says they're working on this, and so, Mr. Speaker, I'm going to withdraw my amendment, but I want to make all the members aware of this problem. Thank you.
Representative Uglum withdraws his amendment. There's another amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Uglum moving to amend House File 2397, the second engrossment as follows. The amendment is coded A75.
Representative Uglum.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, or Mr. Speaker. This amendment basically is a very simple amendment, totally nonpartisan. It requires the Minnesota State High School League to review playoff and championship data for member schools and conferences throughout Minnesota, determine how to make tournament structure and activities more competitive, and to submit data and the findings to the legislature by February 15th, 2015. Very simple amendment.
Representative Mariani.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative Uglum, thank you for your comments on the first amendment and sharing the information. We didn't think that was ready today, and I appreciate your making us aware of that and the league, and we'll go forward with that issue. Members, this amendment is a good amendment. The league actually already does some of this reporting. I've spoken with them. They're okay with this, and I would urge members to support the Uglum amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I urge a green vote.
Seeing no further discussion, all those in favor of the amendment say aye. All opposed, no. Motion prevails. The amendment is adopted. There is another amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Mariani moving to amend House File 2397, a second engrossment as follows. The amendment is coded A83.
Representative Mariani.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, I do have a amendment to the amendment.
Yep, we can offer that right now.
Very well. And Mr. Speaker, I'd like to offer the A14-199.
The clerk will report the amendment.
Mariani moving to amend his amendment to House File 2397 as follows. The amendment is coded 199.
Representative Mariani.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. The A14-199 amendment speaks to the military compact for educational opportunities. We had a very healthy conversation in Representative Marquardt's committee last week on the compact. And members, by the way, Minnesota is a member of about 20 of these compacts. And the language on at least 11 of those are very, very similar to the language in this compact. We've got some other compact amendments later, so I'll hold off and I can share some more at that point. However, there was some concern with some of the language in the compact. I'm not as terribly worried about it as some members were, but hearing sort of some of the depth of that concern by some other members, I did reach out to the national individuals who work on these compacts and told them that I wanted to offer this amendment and that, if we go forward to compact, we can always come back and deal with this issue. This is language that basically says that the way it's worded suggests that we supersede Minnesota laws based on membership on this compact. The compact doesn't work that way. The compact is not for the purpose of superseding Minnesota laws or superseding Missouri laws. However, we think there might be a better way to word this so as to alleviate some of the fears and concerns that some of our members have. And so at this point, this amendment basically removes that language from the compact itself. And so I would urge your support, and I know we'll have ongoing discussion about the overall compact, but I think this is good comfort language for many of our members, some of our members who expressed some concern in committee the other week.
Representative Mariani, just looking at your amendment, it's deleting the 1 and then deleting the language from number 2. Don't you just want to
Page 155.
Oh, you want to delete it, so there's just one provision there. Okay, I see, it's correct. So, any further discussion on the amendment? Representative Wills.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Representative Mariani, for addressing this concern. We had a lot of discussion on this in the Education Policy Committee, and I raised the concern in committee, and I'll raise it again today, that I believe this does not address what you're trying to accomplish by simply deleting the lines, and I'll read them for you, members. It says, all member states' laws conflicting with this compact are superseded to the extent of the conflict. My concern with simply deleting the language is that if there is a conflict, by the very nature and the language in the rest of the bill, it would still have the effect of superseding. And I'm very concerned about simply deleting this. I believe it creates a void, and I would oppose the amendment.
Representative Mariani.
Mr. Speaker and Representative Wills, as I indicated at the end of the hearing in Representative Marquardt's committee, I am more than open. I know Representative Pelowski as the chief author of this bill, open to make sure we get this language to the comfort level necessary for us to totally own, this provision.
I think, as you indicated, this is a good step forward. I think it takes care of the issue, but to be continued, and I would urge your support.
Representative Leidiger.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And Representative Mariani, could you please explain this a little bit more? I do not understand what you're trying to do with this amendment. Would you please do that?
Representative Mariani. He will yield. Representative Mariani.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative Leidinger, quite frankly, what I'm trying to do is to provide some comfort language to the other side of the aisle on this issue. As I indicated at the beginning, this language is not new. We have 11 compacts with this language that we signed off on that we voted for. In fact, members from your side of the aisle who are presently sitting in this body have voted for this language. I have voted for this language just simply because I've been here long enough to probably have voted for a majority of those. And yet, in that entire period of time, there has not been a single issue that has come back to the state of Minnesota that raises any concern. No issue has come back saying that we have superseded Minnesota law by signing off to this kind of language, if you will, which right now we're only looking at in isolation. Nothing. No court cases, and not only that, but other states. Members, this is an agreement among states. This is not signing on to something that some big force out there has created. This is an agreement among states. And so if there would have been a problem with this particular language, I think we would have seen it before. Nonetheless, in terms of adopting a very cautious, move as we consistently push forward in order to serve our men and women in uniform and their children who are making the sacrifices that they're making for our society. I want to offer this so that we can keep going forward with this agreement among the states to be able to help their children be able to get equal and full access to education. And so, members, this is really, quite frankly, a movement and a sign on my part that if in the possibility that there's a problem here, then let's at least pull this out. We can always bring it back in if we need to. When we spoke with the compact staff and directors, they're okay with this. They understand the jitteriness that states have around these issues. It is not their intent, never has been and never will be, to create anything by compact that would supersede and end Minnesota laws. And so, members, I'm offering this as an ability for us to move forward, and I hope you would take that offer.
Representative Leidiger.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, and I appreciate that explanation, but it doesn't deal with the binding effect of the compact on line 155.26 and where it states all lawful actions of the Interstate Commission, including all rules and bylaws promulgated by the Interstate Commission, are binding upon the member states. So we would still, the binding effect of this compact is still in place. It's still in the it's still in the bill, which is just one of the many concerns that many of us have with this bill. So your amendment really does not address probably, one of the major problems that we have with the bill. If you would please yield to a couple of questions, I would appreciate it.
Representative Mariani will yield. Representative Leidiger.
Does the binding effect on our state still remain in effect with this with the bill?
Representative Mariani.
Representative Leidinger, yes, and what we're binding ourselves to is to work collaboratively with other states to ease the flow of credits
education information that can lead to timely graduation for the students of these military men and women who are serving our nation, you know, who are traveling across the country in service to their nation, and lots of things can go wrong when that happens. You have bureaucratic, you know, red tape, you have an administrator somewhere who's overly cautious, doesn't have any direction, you know, from the state. Representative Erickson shared in committee that when she was in the classroom, she would go the extra mile to be able to facilitate the flow of that information. Well, that's wonderful. That's a mark of a great educator. That's not a systemic response. And so if you're a cautious educator, if you're a cautious administrator, someone shows up here from some base in Tennessee, you know, after having traveled through Georgia and Texas or whatever, and they're trying to figure out what's the appropriate class level to place that child in, they may get overly cautious with that. And we're saying what we're binding ourselves to is let's collaborate to expeditiously flow that information in a timely and just manner that merits the sacrifice that these military men and women are offering, are doing for our nation, and the sacrifices, therefore, that their minors are going through. So, Representative Leidinger, I am not an attorney. I think it is absolutely important that we move very carefully with this. But again, I want to repeat, members, there's no language here that differs from compacts that we have signed in the past. If there have been legal issues, and I appreciate your wanting to be careful with this, Representative Leidinger, I do as well, and it's that carefulness that tells me, let's at least pull this section out for now, you know. Let's continue to make sure that we're not creating somewhere in some hidden corner, you know, some liability that supersedes, you know, Minnesota law in some horrible way, other than to bind ourselves, to commit ourselves with our brothers, sisters, states, to be able to flow information that merits the sacrifice that these families are offering, are doing for our nation. So that's really all I have to offer in terms of answering your question. Yes, we are bound to those agreements that we agree to, and those are restricted within the compacts for the purposes of flowing credit information, education information in a timely and expeditious manner for these military families and their children.
Representative Leidinger.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Representative Mariani. I think you explained it quite well, and I hope everyone in the body understands just how important this issue is, and I think you did explain it thoroughly. This is an issue that we have several amendments, and we're going to be talking about here in the next, I'm not sure how long, but everyone should know that there are other ways of doing what you are trying to do here. I mean, we do not need to put these issues in the law, subject Minnesota to this binding compact. We can accomplish this mission of ensuring that our military children that are coming through the state, being educated, which, by the way, is a very small amount. I mean, we're not talking about a lot of children, but it's something that we can do in rules. It's something that we can do by other means instead of subjecting the state to this kind of a binding compact that we may regret in the future. Thank you.
Representative Woodard.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Chair Mariani, for this amendment. It does take one step closer to what we're trying to get at. I appreciate that you're putting this on as an author amendment, which means we'll definitely get it on. So I appreciate the spirit in which it's being offered as well. I would just mention that, you know, of course, this being an education compact, we have to be more careful because both sides of the aisle are very happy with the standards that we put together. We believe that our standards are some of the highest in the nation, and we want to make sure that we don't allow other national standards becoming our standards. So this is why this is such a passionate issue for both sides of the aisle. So we will have an opportunity, as Representative Leidinger mentioned, with a Detmer amendment, I believe, that's coming up a little bit later, that we believe really does address all of the issues. But I would urge support of the author's amendment here because it does take us one step closer. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Representative Pepin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Would Representative Mariani yield to a question?
He will. Representative Pepin.
Thank you, Representative Mariani. I do think that this does bring us a little closer, but in reading the sentences that you did not remove, it looks like, in your amendment, 155.22 and 23, that line, if you read it carefully, it's kind of a double negative, so I had to read it a few times, but it says, nothing herein prevents the enforcement of any other law of a member state that is not inconsistent with the compact. So that begs the question, what if it is inconsistent with the compact? Then what happens? I think that kind of leaves it out hanging and makes it less clear. My preference would be to take that line out as well, but perhaps you're seeing something that I'm not. I think it makes it more unclear. I'm glad you're moving in the right direction. I don't think it's far enough.
Representative Mariani will yield, yes. Representative Mariani.
Mr. Speaker, Representative Pepin and members, again, we can zero in on one line, one page, one pair. This is an entire compact. This thing works because all the pieces work together. So if you look, for instance, on Article 7 of the compact, which is on page 151, where it talks about rulemaking authority of the Interstate Commission, which manages and oversees the compact, it says that the Commission shall promulgate reasonable rules in order to effectively and efficiently achieve the purposes of the compact. And the purposes of the compact are spelled out at the beginning, and I've told you what those were. In the event the Interstate Commission exercises its rulemaking authority in a manner that is beyond the scope of the purpose of this act, or the powers granted hereunder, then such an action by the Interstate Commission shall be invalid and have no force or effect. Members, I suspect that the issues, and they're not wrong to raise, I'm not saying that, that the issues that have been raised here on the floor and in committee have been raised in 47 other states. 47 other states. And because of that, the compact is written in the tight way that makes sure that we're not doing anything other than meeting those purposes spelled out in this compact. And those 47 other states no doubt said, we want language that says if you go beyond the scope of that, because all we're doing is we're binding ourselves to those purposes. And members, you have to have binding language. I mean, if you're going to do work with someone else and you're going to trade information back and forth, you bind yourself to that. But the compact binds you only to the purposes that are in the compact. And in addition to that, the compact says, and in our process of rulemaking, if anything goes beyond that, it's invalid. So members, I'm comforted. I'm comforted by the language. I'm comforted by the history. I am comforted by the 20 compacts that we are a member of. I am comforted by the 11 compacts that we are a member of that has the same language, where nothing has ever come forward to indicate to us that our membership in those compacts is destroying Minnesota law. We enter into compacts willingly and openly. By the way, we can always pull out of them anytime. We enter in them in order to better serve our people. In this case, to better serve the men and women in uniform and their children who are making huge sacrifices in service of their nation. So, Representative Pepin, I appreciate the careful look through. We absolutely should do that. I think we have a time-tested boilerplate instrument before us that works and meets and balances and meets the needs, the purposes, but also I think answers some of the concerns which we absolutely have a right to raise.
Representative Pepin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and Representative Mariani. Well, when I read that language, to me it not only begs the question, it almost implies the opposite then, because if nothing prevents the enforcement of any other law of a member state that is not inconsistent with this compact, then if it is inconsistent, it must mean that the compact is binding. So I think that we really need to look at that language more. I don't think it's ready for prime time, especially considering, as Representative Liger pointed out, that in line .28 on that same page, the lawful actions of the Interstate Compact or Interstate Commission are binding upon the member states. And Representative Mariani, you directed us to Article 7 on rulemaking, and you said that the compact provides for reasonable rules as decided by the Interstate Commission, which we have no control over, or very little control over in Minnesota. We have, you made some good points, but if you look down to 151.27, if a majority of the legislatures of the compacting states reject a rule by enactment of a statute, then they have no further impact. Well, that's just not Minnesota. That's a majority of the states. So I don't know that I feel that as comfortable as you do with your assessment there. And then you also made a comment regarding withdrawal, and this does stretch a little bit from the amendment at hand, but since you brought it up, there is a section that deals with withdrawal, and it says that the state is responsible for all assessments, obligations, and liabilities incurred through the effective date of withdrawal, including obligations, the performance of which extend beyond the effective date of withdrawal. So I'm a little less comfortable with this language than you are, and I really do think that you need to look at those two lines in particular, and hopefully we can address that later on in some of the other amendments.
Any further discussion to the amendment? Representative Mariani.
Mr. Speaker, this is important. I'd like a roll call on this amendment.
Roll call being requested. Seeing 20 or 15 hands, there will be a roll call. Seeing no, Representative Holberg.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, will Representative Mariani yield?
He will yield. Representative Holberg.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative Mariani, when this bill came through civil law, we were obviously concerned about the data provisions under this compact, and the testifier on this bill stated very clearly that federal FERPA and Minnesota data practices laws would trump anything in the compact and would govern the use of data for students involved in this program. And from the discussion that I've been hearing on the floor, I'm concerned that maybe that testimony in civil law was inaccurate. Could you comment?
We're on the Mariani amendment. Representative Mariani.
Mr. Speaker, Representative Holberg, I don't sit on the civil law. It might be a better question for someone who was in the committee who heard the provision.
Representative Holberg.
Well, Mr. Speaker, Representative Mariani, you're amending the bill here having to do with whether the compact rules or state law supersedes, and so I'm confused, and maybe my understanding is this is Representative Swatsky's bill. Even if she has information, I'm just really confused given the testimony in the Civil Law Committee. I'm just asking you, do these provisions about the compact prevailing over state law, is that true in the case of data use as well?
Representative Mariani will yield. Representative Mariani.
Mr. Speaker, Representative Holberg, again, you yourself indicated you had a discussion about the data provisions in the civil law. I will certainly gladly yield to any of my members in the Civil Law Committee. I don't serve on that. I've already explained my understanding of how the compact works relative to Minnesota law. One would think, given the concern that I'm hearing coming from your side of the aisle, that you would vote for this amendment. But I guess I don't know how to answer your question any other, and perhaps I would gladly yield to someone on my side of the aisle who served in the Civil Law Committee to answer that question. I simply was not part of that conversation.
Representative Holberg.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And Representative Mariani, could you tell me who the chief author of this bill was in the House, please?
Representative Mariani.
Mr. Speaker, Representative Holberg, as I indicated earlier, Representative Sawalski is the author of this bill.
Representative Holberg.
Mr. Speaker, would Representative Swatsky yield, please?
She will yield. Representative Holberg.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative Swatsky, in Civil Law Committee, there obviously was concern on both sides of the aisle about the privacy standards and student records. We had a brief conversation about the Federal Student Records Act, FERPA, and Chapter 13, and we were assured by your testifier that those standards would prevail in taking care of standards for data use and disclosure under this compact. And then as I look at the language on page 155 of the bill that's being discussed in the context of this amendment, it says that member state, on line 24, it says member state laws conflicting with this compact are superseded to the extent of the compact. Was your testifier wrong in civil law when he stated that the data protections in Minnesota law would prevail?
Representative Swatsky.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative Holberg, no.
Representative Russo.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And Representative Holberg, I've been thinking back because I, as you know, sit on civil law with you. And what happened, I believe, is that we asked for an opinion from our research staff person, and we're assured that as an interstate compact, this would be fully subject to federal law on that, on the data provisions.
Representative Woodard.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I just want to reiterate what I said a minute ago, and that is that this is an attempt to make this a little bit better. It does not fix all of the issues that we would like to fix, and I would recommend a green vote. I would also ask Chair Mariani if he would, in that spirit, remove his request for a roll call.
Okay. He won't. See no further discussion. The clerk will take the roll on the amendment. Clerk will close the roll. There being 121 ayes and 0 nays, the motion prevails. The amendment is adopted. There's another amendment to the amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Mariani moving to amend his amendment to House File 2397. The second engrossment is followed. The amendment is coded A87.
Representative Mariani.
Mr. Speaker, members, I'd like to withdraw the A87 amendment.
Representative Mariani withdraws his amendment. We are now on the Mariani A83 amendment. Any further discussion on that amendment? Representative Mariani.
Mr. Speaker, very quickly, this is an author's amendment to the bill. And on lines 3 to 5, it removes language from another bill that we already have on the fiscal, the education fiscal bill. So no need to have it here. The second part is language related to Representative Mary Murphy bill having to do with a charter school up in her neck of the woods, and then the final section of the amendment is the self-identifier for military connected use. We simply neglected to have this folded in into the compact language. This allows for youth to self-identify as being military family connected. I appreciate your support.
Any discussion to the amendment? Seeing none, all those in favor of the amendment say aye. All opposed, no. Motion prevails. There's another amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Wills moving to amend House File 2397. The second engrossment as follows. The amendment is coded A69.
Representative Wills.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm just trying to get to the amendment here.
I'm sorry, Representative Wills, I missed that.
What was the amendment number again?
A69.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, members, I heard the discussion we had here, and I mentioned that I was concerned about the last amendment. And my concern is our state sovereignty in the issue of the military compact. And I do really appreciate the intent of the compact in trying to help military kids transition more smoothly as they move from state to state. But as Representative Holberg brought up, concerns about the data privacy protections. And so this amendment addresses that concern and clarifies that our Minnesota law would supersede if there was a conflict, and specifically our Minnesota state statutes on Chapter 13, our data privacy statutes. So I ask for your support. Thank you.
Representative Mariani.
Mr. Speaker and members, it's getting late. Representative Wills, I had a number of questions about this related to what Minnesota statutes do. But frankly, members, I think this is an okay amendment. I appreciate your desire to be very cautious on this. I would urge members' support for this.
Seeing no further discussion, all those in favor of the amendment say aye. All opposed, no. Motion prevails. The amendment is adopted. There is another amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Detmer moving to amend House File 2397. The second engrossment as follows. The amendment is coded A62-1.
Representative Detmer.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and members, and Chair Mariani. I know my first term here I served on the Education Policy Committee, and I really enjoyed serving on your committee and your leadership on that committee. And members, I also spent 34 years teaching at Forest Lake High School. I think 3 years ago, I was approached with the Military Interstate Children's Compact Commission, and I actually carried the legislation. And I since looked into it, and I figured, I think 2 years ago, I decided that there was something that we really don't need here in Minnesota. So the A621 amendment, really what it does, it creates a military connected for students. It helps successfully transition and promoting educational outcomes for our military and connected youth and veterans of higher education. It directs the Commissioner of Education, and that's the key right there. It directs the Commissioner of Education in Minnesota here to work with our school districts and charter schools to aid in successful educational transitions of students from our military when they come into our state, and the Department of Defense and State Department of Families as they bring their families into our state, and to overcome some of the burdens that they might experience when they come into Minnesota. Now, personally, I have not had any military families that came in that I've experienced, any military families that had any concerns as they come into our state. I think our schools do an excellent job with our
deans or counselors to help these students get established at our schools. My amendment also places a military representative on the P20 educational partnership to give military families and veterans a voice and revises the duties of the partnership to help promote and successfully educate our educational outcomes for students and the military families, as well as improving the preparation and success for transition as post-secondary education and work for all students, including military veterans. Now, this amendment supports our military families and our children. So I really look at, we really don't need an outside compact to do the work that we can do here in the state of Minnesota with our Department of Education. And this, we also would include the commissioners of education and also the Adjutant General and his staff for the Minnesota National Guard. So with that, I would ask for a roll call.
Roll call has been requested. Seeing 15 hands, there will be a roll call.
And I thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I know I discussed this with Chair Mariani. We didn't see eye to eye on this, but I hope that we can agree that this is probably the best way to go. Thank you. Ask for a green vote.
Representative Mariani.
Mr. Speaker and members and Representative Deborah, I appreciate your offer here. The problem is that it only goes halfway. The whole point of the compact is to be able to do right by the children of our military men and women in uniform as they move across the 50 states. So this is great, I suppose, in terms of directing what we do here in our state for students coming in, but what about our students going out? And that's going to be the reality. Students are moving from base to base to base. And so the compact allows us to do that. And not only that, by doing that, we're able to hold collegially other states accountable to make sure that those children that we've invested in, perhaps born here in the state of Minnesota, that they do them right. And so, and by the way, we do place someone from the National Guard on the P20 in Representative Sawatsky's language. So members, I guess a good idea. It's not a bad idea. It's a good idea, but it's only half an idea. Let's do the whole idea. Vote this down, vote up the full compact, and let's move forward.
Representative Sawatsky.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This interstate compact is for military children, and it allows our military families to have a similar process, easier transition, give them more confidence and continuity as they go from state to state, as our children have to be enrolled in another school district. In preparation for some of your questions, I called our friendly state, North Dakota. They have 2 air bases, Minot, North Dakota, and in visiting with Minot, North Dakota, and Grand Forks Air Force Base, I also talked to their superintendents of Fargo, North Dakota, and those other 2 cities. And in North Dakota, when they had visited this compact in 2010, they were skeptical as well, and had some of your very same concerns. As it has turned out, they haven't had any concerns, and they're not really concerned about students going into North Dakota, but where it does help the families is when they leave North Dakota. So when we're talking about helping our children have a seamless, flawless, a rather good experience going into a brand new school, brand new environment, I think we would like to help our children so that they become one of them and not an outsider, having to take, for example, the superintendent of Minot, North Dakota said, our standard in North Dakota is all 9th graders have to take a global education class. Well, now we have a senior coming into North Dakota, Minot, North Dakota, and according to their rules, this senior has to take the 9th grade class. Inappropriate. It's not age appropriate. And so what this compact allows is some flexibility in their own
expectations and standards. So this senior doesn't have to retake a class that doesn't pertain to maybe what other states have asked for. So, members, I really wish that you could understand that these families sometimes are moving 2 to 10, 12 times, sometimes globally, probably having a much more robust education than what we can provide right here in our own cities sometimes by having those experiences outside of that particular state. So I would hope that we could support our families, support our children, and help those that have already said that they are willing to be deployed to other places, protect our country, and this is one small effort that we could do for the children that are in the schools in Minnesota. So I would encourage you to not support Representative Detmer's amendment.
Further discussion. Representative Erickson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. Well, I have family in the military as well, not immediate family, but I called and asked, have you had issues when you have moved from one base to another? You know what they told me? This compact has never even come up, and their children have been moving in the last few years. The compact has never even been addressed to them. That they have brought their transcripts, everything has flowed smoothly, and so this has not been an issue. Whether it's been to the Minot Air Force Base or to another base in Washington State or on the East Coast, it has not been an issue. And so what I see this compact as a movement, members, is about instilling Common Core in every state across this nation, because the Department of Defense got on the bandwagon with Common Core when this was initiated in the middle of 2000s and sent a letter across the nation saying, yes, we love this Common Core that the National Governors Association has just adopted, and we want to see that prevail across states so that all of our children will have this experience with Common Core. Well, since that time, Common Core has become very controversial. And I think that's why, as students move from states, whether into or out of a state, this military compact has not even been addressed, at least not in the schools to which my nieces and nephews have moved. So members, keep that in mind. Minnesota is not a state that has a military base. We probably have, as Representative Newton said, no more than 12 students who might be affected by this. But moreover, Minnesota is a state that really takes pride in local control. And we have principals and school leaders, as I mentioned in committee, who are very, very benevolent and cautious about ensuring that credits that are on a transcript are matched up with credits we have. We don't make them take courses that they've already taken. And so I don't think we have an issue in Minnesota, and I think that we should continue to be an outlier and not join this compact. In my lifetime here, I have voted no on most compacts, voted yes on 3 of them. But, they're interstate rail compact. They deal with sex offenders. And so you want to have a compact with other states when you deal with those kinds of issues. But this is education. And in Minnesota, the pride that we take in having excellent school leaders, having teachers who will examine transcripts, as I have done, not with military students, but with international students, and taking very, very especially to heart what these students bring to us. So members, with that, I would support the Detmer amendment and ask that you do as well, because this isn't something Minnesota needs to do.
Representative Leidiger.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Representative Erickson, because I think you came right to the crux of the matter, and that is Common Core. And Representative Mariani, that's an issue that we have not vetted, and I think that's what we need to do, is vet what we want to do with Common Core before we sign any additional education compact in this state. And in my feeling, the Detmer amendment, I think, brings us where we need to be. I think it accomplishes all the goals that are set up that the military would like. which is ensuring that the children, when they come here, they're treated appropriately, they're given the accommodations, and the same thing goes when they leave here. This particular amendment accomplishes everything that we want to happen without the onerous problems that the language currently has in the current bill. And I'll go so far as to say this is our compact. This is where we'll get everybody on board, both sides, and it allows for our education system to accomplish what we want accomplished. So this becomes our compact, Representative Mariani. This is something that both sides are, I think, are very happy with. It accomplishes the mission, accomplishes the goals of what are set out that the military wants accomplished. And I don't think we need to go into the onerous language that we currently have in the bill. So I support this amendment.
Representative Mariani.
Mr. Chair, members, let's get back to the amendment. This is not Common Core. This is a half idea on the part of Representative Detmer. It's not a bad idea, but it's only a half idea. We have the full idea in the bill. Vote no on this amendment. Vote yes for the bill.
Representative Detmer.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And would Representative Slawski yield for a question?
She will. Representative Detmer.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative Slawski, I know you came into our Veterans State Government Finance Veterans Committee and with Chair Murphy, and I asked you some questions. You probably have had some time now to get some answers to these questions. One question was, have you checked with the Minnesota School Board Association? Are they supportive of this type of compact?
Representative Swatsky.
Mr. Chair, Speaker, thank you. Yes.
Representative Detmer.
Mr. Speaker, would Representative Slawski also?
She will yield. Yes, Representative Detmer.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And Representative Slawski, have you checked with, in fact, I'll give you all the last three. Have you checked with the Minnesota Principals Association? Number one. Have you checked with the Minnesota State High School League? Have you checked with the Minnesota Superintendents Association? Are they supportive of a interstate compact?
Representative Swatsky.
Mr. Speaker, thank you, Mr. Detmer, Representative Detmer. Interestingly enough, I was at a social event and I did visit with the school league, and yes, they are in support of it.
Representative Detmer.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The state, you said the State High School League, I'm assuming that's what you said. Representative Swatsky, how about the Minnesota Superintendents Association?
Representative Swatsky will yield. Representative Swatsky.
Mr. Speaker, Representative Detmer, yes.
Representative Detmer.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So you talked to them, but are they supportive? Is the Minnesota Superintendents Association supportive of an interstate compact?
Representative Swatsky will yield. Representative Swatsky.
Mr. Speaker, thank you. Yes, they're supportive. Representative Detmer.
Representative Detmer.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Would Representative Mariani, the Chair Mariani, yield to a question?
He will. Representative Detmer.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative Mariani, you said my amendment just is half correct. What is the other half that we're not supporting in my amendment?
Representative Mariani.
Mr. Chair, members, Representative Detmer, as I said earlier, and I didn't mean it as a slight, Representative Detmer, you're only taking care of half of the issue. The other issue are students that are traveling from our state out to other states. A compact, a willing compact, bound tightly the way this compact is, would make sure that those receiving states treat our Minnesota students in a fair, full, equitable way relative to the purpose of the compact.
Your language does not do that. Your language does good work in terms of what happens here inside of Minnesota, is silent on what happens to these military families and children as they travel to other bases in other states across the nation.
Representative Detmer.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Representative Mariani. I still believe that Minnesota does not need to have an outside military compact when our Department of Education can handle things right here in-house with our Commissioner and with our Adjutant General of the Minnesota National Guard. I think students going on to other states, if you take a look at Minnesota, we don't have a large population. We don't have active duty bases here. So we're not going to see a lot of people coming in unless we change our tax structure, which we're trying to do, to bring more people to come into Minnesota. But those will be retired people after their 40s. And I really believe that we're doing a good job in the state with our Department of Education. And please support my with a green vote.
Seeing no further discussion, Representative Pepin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And would Representative Sawatsky yield to a question?
She will yield. Representative Pepin.
Representative Sawatsky, before we get a chance to vote on the Detmer amendment, I'm wondering, I have a question for you on page 144.5. You talked about how the purpose of this whole compact was to provide confidence and continuity to students. And one of the concerns I have is on that line, it says, waiver requirements. Local education administrative officials shall waive specific course required for graduation if similar coursework has been satisfactorily completed in another local education agency. So my question is, I think you said a number of states, 46 or 47, have signed this. So who determines if the coursework is similar? In other words, assuming that like a Louisiana or Mississippi that doesn't have the same educational standards that we have comes here and a student has maybe finished Algebra 1 there, who decides? Do we just take the word of the school that it's similar coursework, or who makes a decision if the coursework is sufficiently similar, or a course on maybe even something more difficult on history or geography? Who decides if it's similar?
Representative Sawatsky.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative Pepin, what I can do is quote from a real-life North Dakota school that does this, and that they say, quote, the compact still allows a lot or most of local authority, which allows the student to enroll without the records being caught up, and as records are being caught up and they can evaluate the students that are on track for whatever kind of schooling that they are in, they will continue on the track from not, quote, official transcripts, but from the transcripts that these military families know that they need to carry with, but they're probably not on official past districts, or sometimes these people are coming from other countries. And so local control. North Dakota says this has worked well for them. They have not given up any control. It's local control, and they evaluate where they've been, where they're coming, and what their set standards are, and then go from there.
Representative Pepin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And Representative Sawatsky, well, the language in the bill actually says that the local education official shall waive specific course requirements for similar coursework, which doesn't to me seem like they have a lot of local control, as you say, over what's similar and what's not similar. It seems to me that that's a mandate. And I do see that there's a spot that says if a waiver shouldn't be granted to the student who would qualify to graduate from the sending school, then the local education agency shall provide an alternative means of acquiring required coursework so that the graduation may occur on time. So if they denied the waiver because they felt that the student wasn't up to par because they came from maybe a state that didn't have the same educational standards, what would that alternative means of acquiring required coursework look like so that the graduation may occur on time? I'm concerned, Representative Sawatsky, as I've mentioned in the past, about I'm trying to figure out how this is good for students, and I've really given a lot of thought. And if the student isn't qualified or isn't ready to graduate because they haven't learned the skills, I don't really understand how it's helpful
to just basically say, okay, well, you haven't really learned what you need to learn, but we're going to pass you because you're a military student. And of course we want to help the military students. Everybody wants to do that. We don't want to harm them in any way. But if they're not ready to move on to the next stage of life or to the next education, I don't know how this helps. So what would, if you could just answer that, if you'd yield an answer, what would the alternative means of acquiring coursework, what would that be?
Representative Swatsky will yield. Representative Swatsky.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative Pepin, there's local control. So they will take a look, and if it has the requirements that they are looking at, the student has taken classes in another district, it's local control. They have control over whether or not to accept those credits or those standards from another state.
Representative Pepin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and Representative Sawatsky. Well, it doesn't say that, though. It says that they shall waive the specific course requirement, and you make it seem like it's from from the St. Paul district to the Minneapolis district, but this isn't just in the state of Minnesota. This might be, and I don't, maybe you remove this. This is from places like Puerto Rico and Guam, in addition to some of the states that maybe don't have the same educational standards. It says they shall waive specific course requirements, and you know, if they're not going to waive the requirements, they may have to provide an alternative means of acquiring the required coursework so that the graduation may occur on time. So that's not really local control. That's saying even if the student's not up to par with our standards, with Minnesota standards, our high Minnesota standards we're all so proud of, then we have to let them graduate anyway. And then the next section talks about, and starting on line 144.17, the sending and receiving local education agencies shall ensure the receipt of a diploma from the sending local education agency if the student meets the graduation requirements of the sending local education agency. So that means if a student comes from another state, then the Minnesota district has to graduate them, or they have to make sure that the other state graduates them. How does that help any student? If they're not able to meet the requirements, then how does that help them, Representative Sawatsky?
Representative Swatsky will yield. Representative Swatsky.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative Pepin, I'd like to read that whole paragraph. I think you are stopping at an important spot, so I'd like to read the entire paragraph. It says, 144.4, local education agency administrative officials shall waive specific courses required for graduation if similar coursework has been satisfactorily completed in another local education agency or shall provide reasonable justification for denial. Shall a waiver not be granted to a student who would qualify to graduate from the sending school, the local education agency shall provide an alternative means of acquiring required coursework so that graduation may occur on time. I believe that will allow us to have local control.
Representative Pepin.
Mr. Speaker, Representative Sawatsky, I just read through that paragraph several times, and I know exactly what it says. And that's why I wanted to know what alternative means of acquiring required coursework is. Because if it's a state that doesn't have the same standards as us, then I don't know who decides whether or not the coursework is similar. I don't know if they have to take a test to make sure that the coursework is sufficient and that they know what they need to know to move on to the next step. I don't know what alternative means of acquired coursework is. Does that mean they go online and they do like a 2-hour review online? I don't know what that means, and so I just don't know, Representative Sawatsky, and why I don't support this compact. There's many reasons, but one of the reasons is because I don't believe it helps military students. And there's only a few students in the state that this applies to, has been pointed out. There's only, I think, a couple hundred students of the thousands and thousands of students. And my frustration and the same concern that some of the other members had is that I'm not sure where this is leading when we're talking about similar coursework. To me, similar coursework means that for some reason we're going to have similar standards to all the other states. And in my view, Minnesota has exemplary educational test results and standards. And I don't necessarily want to be on the same playing field with some of the other states. And, states have many things to offer, but Minnesota is known for education. And so I'm really concerned about dumbing down the standards and whether or not
it makes sense to dummy down the coursework so that military students can graduate. I personally don't think that that's helpful. And I personally think that, you know, this whole compact, when we're binding Minnesota to this compact, and I do thank you because I think it has gotten minimally better as far as the binding impact of it. I still have a lot of concerns. But I don't like the idea that we're putting control in the hands of people outside of Minnesota, and we're going to be bound by it. I don't know how that helps Minnesota. I don't know how that helps our educational standards, and I certainly don't know how that in any way helps our military kids. Members, I think Representative Detmer has offered a solution that will allow us to meet what we say we're trying to accomplish, and it will do so without forcing us into this compact that is binding on us, and that there will be penalties if we withdraw from. So, members, I would encourage a green vote on the Detmer amendment.
Representative Metza. Seeing no further discussion, the clerk will take the roll on the amendment. Clerk will close the roll. There being 50 ayes and 69 nays, the motion does not prevail. The amendment is not adopted. There is another amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Krisha moving to amend House File 2397, a second engrossment as follows. The amendment is coded A60.
Representative Krisha.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. And this is just a simple amendment that will modify the Education Commissioner's authority for standards review so that those standards are brought back to the legislature for approval. So this will just simply take them from revised to review so that we can continue to do people's work. I know serving on Chair Mariani's committee, we do great work, and it's a great place to review them. So I urge a green vote. And I'd like a roll call, please.
Roll call has been requested. Seeing 15 hands, there will be a roll call. There is an amendment to the amendment. The clerk will report the amendment.
Loon moving to amend the Krisha amendment as follows. The amendment is coded A85.
Representative Loon.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. Well, my amendment kind of tags along with Representative Krisha's in that I know he was discussing the Commissioner's authority to review rather than revise. This amendment just makes it clear that if the Commissioner in reviewing or revising academic standards may not adopt anything, standards having to do with Common Core or benchmarks or statewide assessments aligned with that without specific legislative authority. These are decisions that really need to be made by elected officials that are accountable to their voters. These are very significant decisions, and as Representative Erickson noted earlier, this has become a very contentious issue surrounding the Common Core discussion and that. So this just makes it clear that any of those discussions or considerations would be decisions left to the legislature, and I would ask for a roll call vote.
Roll call being requested. Seeing 15 hands, there will be a roll call. Representative Mariani.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative Lewin and members, this amendment is unnecessary. I would urge you to vote red on it. And quite frankly, if you really believe in high standards for our students, then you should vote red on this. So let's talk about the process. Quite frankly, our process in the state of Minnesota works very well. We have two Common Core related issues that have come to us. One is the English Language Arts. We have agreed to the English Language Arts Common Core. We agreed to that. Governor Pelowski agreed to that.
Minnesota Department of Education Commissioner Alice Seagren pursued it and agreed to that. And I served with Alice here, a high-quality legislator, and she did so because that Common Core is a high-quality standard. It matched who we are. But more importantly, members, she didn't just decide that. The governor didn't just decide that. We have a process. The commissioner engages Minnesotans in a lengthy process to revise our standards. We tell them in state statute those standards need to be reviewed on a regular basis. And so back then, Commissioner Seagren followed that process, engaged Minnesotans, high-quality Minnesota educators. They reviewed the standard. They grabbed the Common Core because it was consistent with the high-quality standard that we have. Now, interestingly enough, they also reviewed the math standards because we, the Minnesota legislature, tell the executive branch to review the standards. They reviewed that standard. They engaged high-quality Minnesota educators to review the math standard. They looked at the Common Core math standard, and they said, guess what? No, that Common Core math standard does not meet the high-quality Minnesota standards. We will not be a part of that. We will not adopt those standards into our standards. So in other words, members, there's no issue or problem here. Minnesotans are proudly exercising their own power, their own judgment on behalf of our students. And under Governor Pelowski, we exercised it through a careful process where we adopted the ELA, Common Core as standards, worthy of Minnesota standards, and we rejected the Common Core math standards as standards not worthy of Minnesota standards. And so, members, there's nothing about Minnesota curriculum, there's nothing about Minnesota pedagogy or instruction or delivery instruction that is guided by anything other than Minnesota state law and local school district control and decisions about how to deliver instruction. The standards set those goals for us to reach for, and we have a process that's a Minnesota standard a Minnesota process to set those standards for our students. It's working pretty well. We said yes to one, we said no to one, but the important thing is Minnesota is the one that's saying yes and no appropriately. So members, we don't need this amendment. Vote this down. We don't need to politicize the whole standards issue by bringing them back into the floor of the House here for us to debate over. We put in play a powerful process that's serving the state well, serving our students well, creates great stability for our social institutions, for our economic institutions. Let's not muck this up by politicizing this issue with this amendment. Vote no on the amendment.
Any further discussion to the amendment? Seeing none, the clerk will take the roll on the amendment. Clerk will close the roll. There being 50 ayes and 69 nays, the motion does not prevail. The amendment is not adopted. We're on the Cretia amendment. Any further discussion to the Cretia amendment? Representative Mariani.
Members, please vote no on the Cretia amendment. This would actually give the Commissioner of Education way too much discretion. We talked about this at length in committee. The way we have it in the language is the right proper balance. The Commissioner must follow that process that I just described if we reject the Cretia amendment. Please vote no.
Representative Krisha. We have a roll call on it, yes. Seeing no further discussion, the clerk will take the roll on the amendment. Clerk will close the roll. There being 49 ayes and 70 nays, the motion does not prevail. The amendment is not adopted. There's another amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Wills, moving to amend House File 2397, the second engrossment as follows. The amendment is coded A78.
Representative Wills.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And this amendment is looking at the language on the integration funding in the bill. There's language in the bill that talks about changing how the rules are written for how the integration funding would be used. And my concern here and why I brought the amendment forward is to protect the open enrollment process for students, to make sure that the integration funding rule changes would not affect that process, and then also to ensure that the charter schools are protected from that because charter schools do not receive integration funding. So that's the amendment, and I urge your support.
Representative Mariani.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative Wills and members, please vote no on this amendment. The department is going to have to do rulemaking. It does have the authority right now in order to align the rules with the big changes that we did to the integration revenue program. As you recall, we reformed that. Very good reform to drive academic achievement. This is really putting the cart before the horse. It's very important for executive branch to be able to pull people together through the rulemaking process, engage the public transparently, very open, have those conversations, exploring ways to make state statute work better. It's premature for us to impinge on them at this point. I don't think they're going to do anything on this area, but the point is, let that process work its way out. Representative Wills, if something comes back that's onerous, I don't think it will. State statute supersedes rule. We can always undo that. The point is that rulemaking is a wonderful process to engage the public in a lengthy, deep, broad exploration of all the issues, in this case having to do with integration, that Minnesotans should explore if we're going to continue to push forward with preventing segregation in our schools at the same time that we're promoting high levels of academic achievement. So members, please vote no on this amendment.
Representative Wills.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Chair Mariani. I understand your concerns, but you said something that I think points out exactly why we need this amendment. You said you hope that they won't do anything onerous. And I think this would be a preventative measure to ensure that they don't do anything onerous and to protect our open enrollment, which is very important to families in the state of Minnesota to have that school choice and to be able to go to the school that works best for their family. And so I want to make sure that that's protected when this rulemaking process happens. And also with the charter schools being covered by the protection so that they don't get affected since they're not receiving any integration funding anyways. So again, I urge your support and I ask for a roll call. Thank you, members.
Roll call has been requested. Seeing 15 hands, there will be a roll call. Seeing no further discussion, the clerk will take the roll on the amendment. Clerk will close the roll. There being 50 ayes and 69 nays, the motion does not prevail. The amendment is not adopted. There is another amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Erickson S. moving to amend House File 2397, the second engrossment as follows. The amendment is coded A80.
Representative Erickson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. Since this is my first amendment, I just have a couple things I want to say because I think you can tell members that the education committees, whether it's policy or finance, always have robust discussions, debates. I appreciate Representative Mariani very much and Representative Breinert as well. They keep me on my toes, and I hope I keep them on their toes. But, we just come at education a little differently, and I have a teacher background, so, I come at it maybe from that perspective. But I do want to thank Representative Mariani. He's always so gracious, and he's so fair. And to my team, my GOP team, that's really a great attribute to have, is that you always respect, even though you may disagree 100% with the legislator who's offering the legislation. And of course, Peter and Josh are assets, especially Peter, who's become my friend, and I can joke with him. And of course, on our side of the aisle, we have Jody Withers, who's just an amazing researcher. And then Lisa Larson, also from a nonpartisan research, and Tim Strom and Ms. Johnson as well. But it's really a great experience, and you can tell we have differences when it comes to education policy in particular, but we do in the end agree on one very important thing, and that's that our children need to be well educated. So with that, members, I offer the A80 amendment and call for a roll call, Mr. Chair.
Roll call has been requested. Seeing 15 hands, there will be a roll call.
Mr. Chair and members, this is an exemption for our teachers who teach in immersion programs or who are non-native speakers. And you will notice that the same language is repeated because I think it's really important that we honor the fact that we have some requirements in place right now that perhaps are not applicable to our non-native speaking teachers. We want to give them the opportunity to be licensed and to work in our school districts. And the same is true for those persons who may be teaching English as a second language. So we have immersion schools, and then we have world language teachers. And so, Mr. Chair, with that, I ask for a roll call and would ask for your support of the A80 amendment.
Representative Mariani.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and members, and Representative Erickson. Representative Erickson is correct about the spirit of the work in our committees, and it extends not only to committee members but also to the staff. And I couldn't recall Jody's last name when I mentioned the staffers earlier, but I got to tell you, Jody Withers is a class act. When we were squaring off with the Senate last year in conference committee, Jody Withers was right there with staff on our side to make sure that the Senate didn't do too much damage to the House bill. Representative Erickson, the issue I have with your bill, it's sort of like, with, I suppose, Representative Debner's bill, is that it only resolves a part of the issue, part of the problem. Both parties have acknowledged and recognized that there's an issue with this test. We have over and over and over and over and over again teacher candidates who are doing great on the pedagogy test, the methods, they know how to teach, they know their content, but there's this thing called this skills test that just isn't working for a heck of a lot, and increasingly a heck of a lot of these teacher candidates. And unfortunately, your amendment doesn't resolve that issue. It just does this carve out for these non-native English speakers who are
brought to Minnesota, attracted to Minnesota to teach in immersion in world languages. And you and I agree on this absolutely. It makes no sense, if we're bringing in teachers from China or Chile or whatever, because we're meeting shortages, to be able to teach Chinese and Wilmer, or Moorhead or whatever, that we would expect them to go through all the Minnesota, standards that our teacher preps candidates go through. They're here to teach their language to our students, and they do a terrific job. So I totally agree with that. But quite frankly, it leaves the big issue unanswered. And, Representative Erickson, with your amendment, what's going to happen is that the board is going to wind up, under last year's legislation, do rulemaking on this. And for all we know, that might well be the elimination of that basic skills test. There are certainly voices out there that want the thing to go away. I don't think those voices are irrational, but the proposal before us, members, does not do that. The proposal before us gives teacher candidates that option to use either that test or a high-rigor ACT-SAT test. And so, members, please vote against this amendment. It's not resolving this issue. And quite frankly, members, if you're from a greater Minnesota community, you want this issue resolved. Your teacher candidate pool is smaller than it is here in the big regional centers and in the Twin Cities, simply because your population base is small. Many of your districts are needing to pull candidates from surrounding states, from Iowa, the Dakotas, perhaps from Wisconsin, and they're struggling to get through that mysterious basic skills test. We're not getting rid of the test. We're not lowering standards. We're saying, fine, it'll be there, but here's another high rigorous assessment tool that is, high standards that teacher candidates can use as an alternative to the basic skills. Representative Erickson strips that out of this bill and leaves that difficult issue unanswered for teacher candidates in Minnesota, for school districts all across Minnesota. And I suspect if we were to do this, next year we'll be right back here again wrestling with this issue. We wrestled with it when the GOP was in control. We wrestled with it when we're in control. We now have a good, high-quality response to this. This amendment only goes a small part way to resolving the issue. Members, please vote no.
Representative Erdahl.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. And I'm going to support Representative Erickson's amendment today. But what I would like to do is just for a moment focus attention on what I consider to be the bigger issue. And members, you need to understand, at least in my belief, that even though 1 out of 4 are not passing this test, that test doesn't do anything to raise or lower standards in the state of Minnesota. There is a failure in the process. That's where the problem is. We need to do things to ensure that people aren't flunking the test. There are a lot of steps that we can take to do that. But this doesn't raise or lower standards. It doesn't raise or lower caliber. It does none of that. It just says somebody flunked or somebody passed the test that maybe shouldn't have taken the test in the first place. And it is the process that we must take some time to address and not focus on this test as much as we do.
Representative Isaacson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, Representative Erdahl, I half agree with you, and definitely on the process side of that. This issue has been one that I've been very closely involved in following with and working with Representative Russo and others. In the beginning, when I saw, as my first session, when I saw the issue as it arose and the problems we were having with this one part of the test, I was pretty vehemently against the test and wanted to see it. I won't repeat how Representative Russo explained it, but I wanted it to be done and cut out of the law. I think we all remember her comments. But I would say that
it's been an evolution in my understanding, and it's been really an amazing thing to watch, not only in being mentored from some of the members of the group, but also in definitely an understanding and coming to having a much better understanding of where Representative Erickson's coming from, and an appreciation for what the other two parts of this test do, and how much I do think that was a good thing when looking at pedagogy and content. The problem is really simple. When we have a basic skills test that doesn't, as Representative Erdahl said, measure to know that we have competent teachers, and at that same time can exclude folks from teaching who are competent, then I think we do have a problem. And I think that the compromise we came up with is a really good step in the right direction, but I don't think it gets us where we need to be either. I agree. There needs to be another look at this and another run. In the meantime, we have to be working towards some sort of solution that allows for us to have the excellent teachers we want, measured in a way that's accountable, and make sure that we have the kind of rubric in place to guarantee the kind of things we want to end up in a 21st century workforce. And so I have to say no to the amendment, but I really hope to continue to learn, and I hope to continue to watch other folks, and we can come up with a better solution in the future. Thank you.
Representative Ward.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I rise asking and urging for a red vote as well, but I do appreciate Representative Erickson, Representative Mariani, and all folks who have worked on this, Representative Russo. Representative Erdahl, you remember that I came to the committee with a gentleman out of your district that has high respect. You know his father, you know the family. I think he ran for you or played, you know his athletic ability as well. This is, what's that? Okay. Most people block my shots too, so that's no big deal. But, you know, he was an art teacher. He is an art teacher. And Representative Mariani, you referenced that we're losing 1 out of 4 educators because of this test. And a lot of those are, yes, newly graduated educators into the profession, but we are also using veteran educators in the field as well. This young man was top shelf in his area, in his arena. He happened to have a learning disability, and he couldn't pass the reading part of it, and still is struggling with that. And, you know, so when we have quality Representative Eichson, quality educators that want to make an impact on our young children, we need to work towards a solution that is final. And Representative Erickson, thank you for working so hard and diligent on that, along with Representative Mariani across the aisle. But members, this is a good temporary fix with what you have done. And I too, when I started with this, Representative Erdahl, as you know, wanted to see that test fly by because we were losing so many quality folks in our profession. But I think this is a good temporary solution, alternative right now, until we can again find a final solution. So I would urge a red vote on the amendment.
Representative Russo.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Excuse me, Mr. Speaker. Been in committees too long. I would first of all urge you to vote against this amendment. The language in the bill before us is my amended language. And we hear an awful lot about people not being able to compromise, not being able to work together, not being able to do bipartisan stuff. And the language in the bill represents a rather long process that started last year of attempting to come to that consensus and reach a bipartisan approach to this. And some of the language in the underlying bill was taken from a bill that Representative Erickson first offered. We heard testimony last year from an astoundingly large number of people who are affected by this issue. And Representative Ward has just told you about one of them. But there were many other people as well. And Representative Mariani was getting at this idea that the amendment before us would only address a tiny, not tiny, but one portion of those people that are affected by it.
And we all have different reasons for coming to this issue in the first place. And mine is because, as a tutor, I've been working with some of the other people that have been affected by this. One of those students is a bilingual, not a non-native English speaker, but a bilingual special education license candidate who's been working with students. She's the kind of person we really, really want to have. She was educated in Minnesota, graduated from one of our fine Minnesota schools, passed all of those graduation requirements, but has been stymied by this test. And when I had another student and another student with similar issues, one of the things I tried to do was go find materials for them. I couldn't get them. And I discovered that there's all kinds of problems with this test. And I don't want to drag us all down into the weeds and repeat stuff that it took us about 6 months to discuss on that task force. But there's all kinds of different issues with it. And so we need to come to a solution that's actually going to work. And there's an awful lot of talk about business needing quality control tests and whatnot. And I've got some experience in that area. And one of the things I know is that if the quality control test you're using is not related to the actual outcomes you need, two things can happen. You can accept people or things that aren't actually going to work, and you reject people or things that actually will work. And yes, we have an obligation to our Minnesota students to make sure we put good teachers in front of them. But we, as the legislature, also have an obligation to our adults that are pursuing career paths. And when we're putting licensure requirements in front of them, those should be fair. And they should be related to the actual requirements, the actual things we need them to do. We do that for all kinds of licensures. I had to take a licensure test for my professional engineering license I used to have. And then I had to take the test for teaching. Some of the tests that we have for teaching are much more related to it. There's a whole suite. Actually, there's 3 separate suites of tests to take. There's multiple tests in each one of those. Representative Isaacson mentioned them. There's pedagogy, that's the art of teaching. And there's content area. So I'm a chemistry and physics teacher. If I were going to get my license right now, I'd have to do the chemistry content test and the physics content test, as well as the secondary pedagogy test. And then there's these skills tests. We're not here to fix all kinds of problems with those other ones, because those other ones don't have all the problems that this one does. And if we accept this amendment, we're not going to fix all those problems, and we're going to reject all kinds of good teaching candidates. We're going to tie the hands of the districts in the outlying areas that need to have everybody on board that they can get that's qualified. And we're going to reject promising teachers who will do well with our students. So I strongly urge you to reject the amendment.
Representative Quam.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I keep hearing a repetitive thing of, well, this only takes care of part of an issue, or this is good, but it doesn't go far enough. And frankly, this pendulum is going to swing back and forth many times in our lifetime. And some of these things to fix portions would have an impact now. I know there's a compromise, several compromises we talked about in committee. And they were good ideas and they could help, but it's just a small part. But this long train and road that we're going down to some ultimate, perfect, final solution, I don't think we're ever going to get the perfect final solution. And for the students, the teachers that are involved right now, let us look at these things that will help now. I've stated before, I don't like teachers being in purgatory. I commented about, we need to look at the different areas. And so whether it's this amendment or the next or the previous one, if it makes sense and it helps, let's add it. Let's not say, well, it's not perfect, because I don't think we're going to reach perfect. But we can maybe make progress. And if we ignore the near end for a final light at the end of the tunnel, we're doing a disservice to the teachers and the students that are in the near end and will be out of school before we finish that long trip to the shiny light. So I would say give consideration to the quality and the improvement. If it helps, let's do it. If it doesn't, then come out and say it's the wrong thing. But don't say it's a half measure or, gee, it's nice, because we need to be honest and help the students now. So I would say support this amendment if you think it's going to help. If you don't think it's going to help, don't. But let's try and keep in mind the students in the classroom now. The teachers that are sitting in purgatory might be their second year with that 1 year and 1 year extension or exemption or waiver. So please vote green.
Any further discussion on the amendment? Seeing none, the clerk will take the roll on the amendment. Clerk will close the roll. Johnson votes aye.
Mr. Speaker, Runbeck votes aye.
Runbeck votes aye. Detmer votes aye. There being 49 ayes and 70 nays, the motion does not prevail. The amendment is not adopted. There's another amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Erickson moving to amend House File 2397, the second engrossment as follows. The amendment is coded DE3.
Representative Erickson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. This is a smaller version of the file that we are debating before us, 2397. This is an unsession provision, this DE3 amendment. And members, I bring this to you because the governor has called this an unsession. And what we have in Representative Mariani's 2397 is a 160-page bill, which I don't think is a characteristic of Governor Dayton's image of an unsession bill. I think he was looking for something short, something that would be doable, especially after last year's reforms that were enacted. So I bring this to you as a shorter version of the bill before us, 2397, and would like to point out to you some of its features. For one thing, it's a measured approach to the English language and world language proficiency part of Representative Mariani's bill, in that I think it would be best that if we're going to honor, and I want us to, honor the fact that we have English language learners, and we have more and more of them, but that we start at the beginning level with teacher education. And so members, I'm going to get through this very quickly, but I just want to call your attention in Article 1 to the first three sections, because the first three sections really are getting to the core of where we should be helping those who do not speak English as a first language, and that's at the teacher education level. So in these three sections of Article 1, and you will notice it's many fewer pages than Representative Mariani's bill, we work at the teacher preparation level, and we work at the reading strategies level, and we work at the ELL level of teacher licensure. And so members, I think if we begin there to accommodate all our English language learners at this beginning part, that we are going to do a much better or more professional approach to what Representative Mariani is trying to do in his Article 1, which has merit to it, absolutely. But to incorporate the cultivation of native language into to our school systems through our teacher preparation program, I think is a good place to start, so that we aren't incorporating so many changes in our English as a second language. And then, members, to add the very important fact that we have students who come to our country and to our state that do not speak English, and we want them to speak English as quickly as they can learn it. And so I'm honoring what we call SLIFE within the Article 1 as well. And I think these are important pieces to bring to our alternative here as I offer it, in that the governor has asked us to honor an unsession. Schools need time to catch up with all those reforms that we enacted last year, and I think a shortened version of this education policy bill will be meritorious for all of our teachers and our students. Our teachers are on overload. They are having a hard time grasping everything that we enacted last year. And then, members, Article 2 is as it is in Representative Mariani's bill, and I guess the rest of the bill would include an alternative to the military compact to ensure that our Department of Education works with our school districts and our charter schools for this transition. And you've heard this bill previously when Representative Detmer offered it. It also removes language authorizing the Commissioner to revise teacher academic standards and benchmarks, and includes language that any adoption of Common Core standards or testing must be approved by us, by the legislature. So, members, with that, I will call for a roll call vote and ask for your support in light of the fact that this is an unsession. And it's not that I'm undoing anything that the very respected Representative Mariani does in his bill, but I'm trying to give school districts and others involved in education policy a chance to catch their breaths, as I'm trying to do now. Representative Mariani's bill is 160 pages long, and mine is fewer than 75. The number of subdivisions that I am amending isn't even half of the 150 that are amended in 2397. And finally, there's, I think, a lot of local impact costs to 2397 that haven't been considered, even though I know there might be an appropriation that has been set aside. But members, I think in light of what we did last year, we need to look at moving forward in the E12 system in a way that isn't going to overwhelm our teachers in the classroom, who do such a great job in providing for a quality education for our children here in Minnesota. Let's give them a chance to take a breath, and I would ask for your support on the DE3 amendment.
A roll call has been requested. Seeing 15 hands, there will be a roll call. Representative Mariani.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, Representative Erickson, I ask members respectfully to vote no on this amendment, and I want to thank you for, you've got some really good stuff inside your amendment. But members, you know, this isn't about length of a bill, it's about the quality of the bill. And quite frankly, we serve in the legislative branch. The executive branch can call the session whatever the executive branch wants to call it. We do have mandate reduction unsession provisions inside this bill. That is there. But we're here to do the people's work. And sometimes the people's work can be done by a couple of lines, like Representative Pelowski was able to do this year with a very good bill. And sometimes it takes several pages. But the real issue is what's in the bill, what's the quality of the bill. And so, members, you know, the bill has broad stakeholder input and support. It meets needs for reform. it assertively sets a stronger way to close gaps. That's really a lot of what that ELL provision part is all about. I do appreciate Representative Erickson recognizing the SLIFE students. That's a new learning for us in Minnesotans as new people come from other shores into our land to make contributions, and so they challenge us with different ways to provide quality education for English language learners. But members, you know, so many good things that Representative Erickson has pulled out of this bill. Those things need to be going forward to meet with the Senate and to meet with the governor. You know, there's a better bill before you, and it's the one that's in front of you. It certainly is not this amendment. I would ask for your no vote.
Representative Gruenhagen.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, members. Yeah, and I rise in support of Representative Erickson's delete all amendment. And Representative Mariani, you know, in the years I was on the school board, I, believe it or not, I had some meetings where we had real sharp disagreements, okay? And I probably was part of the reason. But even with the people I disagreed most, one of the things I always sensed is that they wanted to do what was best for the children. And I sense that in you, Representative Mariani, that you want to do what's best. Now, we can disagree on how that's done, but one of the things I just share with you, especially with the English language learners, as far as the immigrants and their ability to speak English, you know, I just say check. We've always had this problem in this country. We've always had immigrants that come here that couldn't speak English, okay? But if you check with your... Oh, Representative Hanslick claims he can't speak, you know. Okay. You're distracting me, Representative Hanslick. But anyway, but we've dealt with it in the last, you know, 35, 40 years differently. And if you check with your grandparents, or parents even, depending on your age, you know, I checked with my mom and my aunt, and neither one of them graduated from high school, but they both can read, write, and spell English. And I said, well, how'd you learn? Well, the response is intensive systematic phonics, okay? That's the response. And the, you know, traditional spelling and traditional grammar, not whole language or basal literature, or inventive spelling or creative writing. So, you know, if you doubt that in any way, just look in the dictionary, find a word that you cannot pronounce, and look to the right. And what you'll see is the phonetic breakdown of that word. If you haven't learned the phonetic rules of pronunciation, you don't have a chance in the world to pronounce that word correctly. So that's the solution. Check with your own relatives, and you'll find that, you know, my parents, they spoke German at home, German at church, but when they went to public school, and again, they didn't graduate, they learned English. And they learned it through practice makes perfect, intensive systematic phonics, traditional spelling, and grammar. And I know Representative Erickson is an English teacher, and although I didn't like them in public school, I have a lot of respect for them for what they did for me when I went through the process. So please support Representative Erickson's delete all. Thank you.
Representative Quam.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I respectfully disagrei with Representative Mariani. You implied that size doesn't matter, and frankly, I think if you look at how many pages are in a bill, there's a multiplier for how many rules are created, how much additional bureaucracy is created. So in this unsession, remember, size does matter.
Hearing no further discussion, the clerk will take the roll on the amendment. Clerk will close the roll. There being 50 ayes and 71 nays, the motion does not prevail. The amendment is not adopted. There is another amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Grunhagen moving to amend House File 2397. The second engrossment as follows. The amendment is coded A61.
Representative Grunhagen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, members. What this amendment attempts to do is to move our state obscenity laws into our government schools. And if you take a look at the amendment, it has certain exemptions. It does reference quasi-government agencies. And part of the reasons for that is we have organizations that come into our schools on a short-term basis with sometimes objectionable curriculum to parents who do not have to go through the in front of the public school or in front of the school board for approval, and they simply can come in and come out in a short period of time, 2 to 3 weeks, with certain training. And school boards don't really have to approve that type of curriculum. The other reason for this, and by the way, if you look over the amendment on the back side, there is a consequence for promoting obscenity in our public schools to our students. And it's a $1,000 fine per violation per student. Now, the reason for this amendment, members, is because of some of the curriculum that has been documented to be in our public schools. And one of those curriculums is It's Perfectly Normal. Now, I kind of retitle it, It's Perfectly Perverted, okay? I sent all of you an email prior to session of pictures of the curriculum along with some of the wording, so I won't go over that, okay? But one of the things we know is that this type of curriculum, which borders on or promotes obscenity in our schools, has damaging effects to our young people. There are peer-reviewed studies that confirm that when you show this types of sexually explicit material to children, you damage them emotionally and psychologically. Now, if you doubt that, that's the basis for obscenity laws throughout our nation. So the point is we need to keep this type of curriculum out of the public school. The Minnesota Child Protection League has documented that this particular curriculum, if it's perfectly normal, is in at least 12 school districts in the state of Minnesota and 19 different schools, including some elementary. The curriculum is to be shown on the front cover down to the age of 10. So members, the other thing I'd just like to do real quickly, members, and I know the hour's late, is just give you a little history of why we are in the situation we are with showing this types of curriculum in our public school. And it starts with, Mr. Speaker, Abraham Lincoln. He's right behind you. Abraham Lincoln signed into law a obscenity bill that restricted the mailing and importation of obscenity in our country back during the Civil War. That law stayed on the books until the mid-50s. What happened is there was a person by the name of Dr. Alfred Kinsey. He did a male and female report, and he basically justified a lot of the things that you see in this type of curriculum through fraudulent lies and unscientific data. And he did experiments on children down under 5 years old. Dr. Judith Reisman has done extensive research on this. You can find a video by her and her website on the internet. The result is that Dr. Alfred Kinsey out of University of Indiana, thank you, Mr. Speaker, Dr. Alfred Kinsey out of University of Indiana filed a lawsuit against Abraham Lincoln's law. Now, Dr. Kinsey died before a decision was made, but 2 years after his death, the U.S. Supreme Court struck down Abraham Lincoln's obscenity law. The result is that one of the disciples of Dr. Alfred Kinsey, by the name of Hugh Hefner, went out to California and published Playboy. So it was the origin of the modern-day pornography industry. The second thing that happened, we have a Kinsey Institute in Bloomington, Indiana, and they send information from the fraudulent research of Kinsey to SECUS, the Sex Information Education Council of the United States. SECUS is in charge of what our sex ed teachers are educated in to teach in our public schools. The result is we have a pipeline of the fraudulent data put into our local public schools and teaching our children this type of curriculum. It's perfectly perverted or it's perfectly normal. So there's plenty of reason to vote for this amendment. It doesn't cost any money. It simply applies the obscenity laws to our government schools and quasi-government organizations. With that, Mr. Speaker, I'll stand for questions, and I strongly urge you to vote green for the protection of our children on this amendment. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Representative Metsa. Representative Mariani.
Mr. Speaker, members, the bill we have before you is about education opportunity, closing achievement gaps, following up on last year's work with our task forces that brought back terrific recommendations to open up more opportunities for students. Please vote no on this amendment. Let's get back to the issue before us.
Seeing no further discussion, all those in favor of the amendment say aye. All those opposed, no. Motion does not prevail. The amendment is not adopted. There's another amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Loon moving to amend House File 2397, the second engrossment as follows. The amendment is coded A77.
Representative Loon.
Thanks, Mr. Speaker and members. This amendment really goes to the importance of making sure that parents are intrinsically involved in what's going on with their children at school. And this amendment goes into a section of the bill with regards to helping our children plan to be successful in whatever their post-high school plans are, whether it's moving on to additional education, higher education, or to career preparation and work. In doing that, it's really important that the parents are involved every step of the way. But especially, and this is where my amendment comes in, if there's a disciplinary issue with a child, I know that it makes common sense to think that schools would immediately contact the parents, but my amendment specifically provides that, so there's no question about that. We've seen a few news stories and that come up recently where kids maybe have done something that was questionable or against school policy and have been called into the office and been questioned in that and actions taken. And I just think we need to make sure that parents are notified right away if something's going to happen that's involving their kids. I know I've still got a child in public schools myself, and if there's an issue going on, I want to make sure that I've gotten a call from the principal's office or the teacher or whatever to make sure that we're addressing the situation at home as well. So members, I think this is just really a pretty common sense amendment, and I would ask your support.
Representative Mariani.
Mr. Speaker, members, we actually debated this last year, and I would ask us to do the same thing that we did last year. Current law does require parent notification. Current law also does very wisely allow for discretion, which may well be needed in instances where the child's welfare may be at stake. Let's not play around with that. Let's keep that balance there. Let's make sure that when it comes to the issue of child welfare issues, that our superintendents or school administrators are called upon to make those decisions in the best interest of the personal safety of our children. I do understand what Representative Loon is trying to do. I would submit that for the most part, right now, heavily, there is notification that's happening. State law does require that, but does carve out that small piece to make sure that a child's personal safety isn't compromised at any given point in time. So please vote no on this.
Representative Loon.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And first, I would ask for a roll call.
Roll call being requested. Seeing 15 hands, there will be a roll call. Representative Loon.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I'd like to thank Representative Mariani for his comments. And I don't believe my amendment would undo those protections for child welfare. And certainly that's not the intent of the amendment. And I don't think as drafted it would touch that. But again, I think, certainly, our school districts and that may have some judgment calls in that to be made, and I think occasionally they're not making the right calls on some of those instances where it's not a case of child welfare, where it's more just this instance of the districts taking actions, and some of those actions have resulted in some pretty expensive lawsuits against our school districts in that. So I just think getting the parents involved from the beginning is a good idea and good policy, and I would ask members to support this amendment.
Seeing no... Representative Dabney.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And members, I would like to join Representative Mariani in asking for a no vote. He was quite right. This amendment would take away the discretion that we allow administrators today to look at what is the best interest of the child. What practitioners will tell you is that 99.5% of the time when there's a significant incident, you call home. But there's that 0.5% of the time when it's not in the child's best interest, where perhaps as a mandated reporter, last month you called social services to report suspected child abuse, and under the Loon Amendment, today you have to call that parent that you believe is physically abusive of that child. Additionally, this would extend that same requirement to teachers. So a teacher simply asking a student to step out in the hall to calm down would be mandated to make sure they called each and every time that they did that. Is it good practice? Certainly. Should we require it? Should we at the Capitol tell administrators and teachers, we don't trust you to make the right decisions? I don't think we should. I'll ask for a red vote as well. Thank you.
Seeing no further discussion, the clerk will take the roll on the amendment. The clerk will close the roll. Hornstein votes no. There being 52 ayes and 69 nays, the motion does not prevail. The amendment is not adopted. There's another amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Metza moving to amend House File 2397. The second engrossment as follows. The amendment is coded A51.
Representative Metza.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this is a pretty straightforward fix for School District 2142 up in northern Minnesota. As you can see in the handouts I provided, it's a very large school district, nearly 140 miles from end to end to the schools, and right now in current state statute the district cannot meet in Virginia because it is outside of their school boundaries. You can see on the map I marked where the district office would be. This would allow them to meet in a centrally located area for all these students and teachers, providing a better opportunity for them to take part in their school board meetings, etc. And I'd urge you for a green vote.
Any discussion? Representative Mariani.
Speaker and members, this is a logical amendment. Let's help out the school district. There's a lot of territory up there. This will go a long way to make sure there's good transparency in government at the school board level. So please support the amendment.
Representative Franzen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I actually graduated from that school district 2142. And my nephew attends a school in District 2142, so I encourage all my members on this side of the aisle to also support the amendment.
Representative Erickson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. This is a logical amendment. Let's support it.
Seeing no further discussion, all those in favor of the amendment say aye. All opposed, no. The motion prevails. The amendment is adopted. There's another amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Myra, moving to amend House File 2397. The second engrossment as follows. The amendment is coded A56.
Representative Myra.
Mr. Speaker, thank you. Amendment A56 seeks to encourage high school students to enter the field of computer science and technology. Mr. Speaker and members, this amendment was introduced as House File 2367. Senator Uyghur and I had the opportunity to attend the Nonpartisan Council of State Governments Digital Learning and STEM Policy Academy last fall. We learned of the significant gap between available computer science jobs and candidates to fill those positions. We were told by 2020 there are projected to be 1.4 million computing jobs in the United States, with only 400,000 computer science students. Amendment 56, an important action point from the Policy Academy, seeks to encourage students to enter computer science by allowing an AP computer science course to fulfill a mathematics graduation requirement. Mr. Speaker and members, I would appreciate your green vote. Thank you.
Representative Mariani.
Speaker and members, to Representative Myra, so this is tough for me because actually I think you're really onto something here. And I think it may well be a good idea. I think it's in keeping in the spirit of the direction that we set off, last year, to be able to open up more ways in which our students can achieve academic outcomes consistent with our high standards and even demonstrate those. So I don't have anything horrible to say about it, other than, as we talked about it in our committee, we just thought it wasn't quite ready for prime time. We just weren't sure, how those computer science courses, crosswalk, pretty neatly with our standards. And quite frankly, Representative Myra, I think if we had had a longer session, we probably would have dived in deeper and might have perhaps quickly gotten to those answers. So we're a little bit uncomfortable about moving forward at this point. I'm trying to set up some informational hearings before the end of session. This is high on my list of bills that I want us to hear. Obviously, that would mean no action this year, so you certainly have every right, to ask for a vote here. But, at this point, I would reluctantly encourage members not to vote for it. But reluctantly, because I think you are onto something here, I just feel that we need to vet this a little bit more carefully.
Representative Myra.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would encourage the membership to vote for this amendment. As I took a tour of a very large corporation out in Eagan, they told me this summer that they had over 160 jobs available, and they couldn't fill them because there weren't candidates that had the training necessary. I have structured this amendment to be an AP course. We don't want to have it be just some keyboarding class. No, this is something that is, college in the schools, a college credit, and would encourage them. Not only did Senator Uyghur and I go together and work on this, he is also working on this in the Senate. He is carrying this bill in the Senate as well. Members, I would very much appreciate your yes vote. Thank you.
Representative Russo.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. One of the things we talked about in committee when we heard this bill earlier was the original bill was to allow it as a credit for either the mathematics or the science requirement. And per our discussion there, it's been, the words have been trimmed to say that it may fulfill mathematics credit. However, on line 1.22, the end of the sentence, it says under subdivision 1, clause 2 or 4. And I would oppose this amendment because that's not correct. Clause 4 refers to the science credits requirement,
And so this amendment doesn't quite do what it says it does if it includes both Clause 2 and Clause 4.
Seeing no further discussion, all those in favor of the amendment say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. No. The motion does not prevail. The amendment is not adopted. There's another amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Keel moves that House File 23 moves to amend House File 2397. The second engrossment is followed. The amendment is coded A57.
Representative Keel.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and members. I know it's getting to be long this evening. This bill has something to do with more effective on our border cities, but also in Minnesota in general. We have, I would like to see us be able to do a reciprocity agreement with our other states so that we're able to hire instructors that are well prepared and able to be in a classroom. We have a difficult time hiring teachers, finding candidates for our classrooms, especially in specific areas of science and math. Interestingly enough, I had a principal that contacted me from East Grand Forks to tell me that they have hired an instructor. She is a high school instructor, teaches in 9th and 10th grade. Unfortunately, they are going to have to make her do a student teaching program again in order to be part of that classroom because she does not have, she has North Dakota requirements that says that she can teach in the classroom because she has had training from 7th through 12th, but in fact Minnesota says it has to go down into 5th through 12th. So they are very frustrated. This is an instructor they want to keep. And it seems a little futile to put her back into a classroom to student teach to find this fill this requirement. I have also had experience in a few other districts where they've had a hard time their hiring is difficult. I know one school district hired a teacher. Her husband moved into the district. She's been a well-seasoned teacher, been teaching for over 14 years. Came into the district, taught, and then had to quit in order to pass the basic skills test that happened to be. But she had all the background. So I would like to see us do this reciprocity agreement. I think it's something important. I realize that there are some stakeholders that would like us to wait, but I think it's a serious need in our state. And why would we not include teachers that are well prepared to teach in the classroom and have the background? But I understand there's some opposition to this, so instead of carrying this any farther, at this time I will remove the amendment and work on it. Chair Mariani, I am hoping that we will work on this next year.
Representative Keel withdraws her amendment. There's another amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Gruenhagen moving to amend House File 2397. The second engrossment as follows. The amendment is coded A74.
Representative Gruenhagen.
Hey, thank you, Mr. Speaker, members. This is an amendment I think we can agree on. Basically what it does, it tries to recognize that all children have certain gifts, talents, and abilities. Now, you say, well, what's the difference? It doesn't mandate anything onto the schools. It simply puts it in statute. But based on my experience, what happens is the Minnesota School Board Association will look at the statutes that are passed, draw up policies, and send them to, based on those statutes, and send them to all the school districts in the state. School boards will vote on them, and they'll become a permanent part of the school policy for selecting curriculum and the type of instruction given to children. When I was first on the school board, one of the things that really disappointed me was that some children were called gifted and talented, and by default the rest weren't. And it's a fascinating study, and if you ever would like something of interest to look at, is to look at the people that accomplish some of the greatest things in our society, okay, or even around the world. By the way, they would have never made the gifted and talented class, okay? And I'll give you just a few. Ludwig von Beethoven, considered to be the greatest musician in the history of the world, actually, of modern times. He was deaf, ladies and gentlemen. He couldn't hear very well. All right? He would have been put in a special ed class. Instead, because of a number of events, he turned out to be a genius on conducting or on creating music. You look at Louis Pasteur. Louis Pasteur was one of the slowest students in his class, and he was considered to be not very academically smart, but yet it was that characteristic that led him to solve many of the great diseases of the time and to be the author of modern science, considered to be because he developed the germ theory of medicine. Helen Keller was considered to be a moron and had hearing, was deaf and also blind, and yet she went on for a number of reasons to write hundreds of hymns and music in her lifetime. I could go on and on. The point is, some of the people that made the greatest, Albert Einstein, I'll just mention one more, was considered to be unteachable, okay, by his teacher. And yet we've all know his name today. And lastly, there's, I can't think of his name, there was a scientist who didn't speak until he was 6 years old. He probably knew he didn't have anything intelligent to say, okay? So, what our modern day educational system tends to put students in square holes or pegs. And I think that's a disservice when you say certain children are gifted and talented and by default other ones aren't. And I think we need to send the message that all children have gifts, talents, and abilities. And those gifts, talents, and abilities show up at different times of their life, just like they grow at different rates. My brother-in-law, who, God rest his soul, he passed away from cancer, he was about 5'9" in 8th grade. He played center for the basketball team, and he looked like a senior. Oh, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Yet he did not grow 1 inch from that point on, and wound up not making the high school senior team. So in 8th grade, he was the #1 player. He didn't grow at all. In his senior year, the other kids grew past him, and he didn't even make the team at that point. So, again, members, this whole idea of saying some children are gifted and talented, others are not, is sending the wrong message to our children. We need to send the message to our schools: all children have gifts, talents, and abilities. And finally, Mr. Speaker, when I did vote against, and yes, I voted against the Gifted and Talented program on the public school board, one of the reasons why I said, well, is there an objective standard that you use to decide which children are gifted and talented and which are not? And the person in charge of the Gifted and Talented program said, no, we don't have an objective standard. That means it's subjective. And that means it's just a judgment call. And that is a disservice to our children. It's especially a disservice to our minorities, and it's a disservice in general to the children and in developing their gifts, talents, and abilities. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I urge a green vote on the amendment.
Representative Mariani.
Mr. Speaker, members, Representative Goinhagen, you got me. Vote for the amendment, members. I think it's a good idea.
Seeing no further discussion, all those in favor of the amendment say aye. All those opposed, no. Motion prevails. The amendment is adopted.
Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker.
Representative Lilly.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to move under House Rule 3.14 that we reconsider Amendment 61. I think we've heard some convincing arguments here. I'd like to hear more about that amendment again.
Any further discussion on the motion? All those in favor of the motion say aye. All opposed, no. Motion does not prevail.
A6.
There's another amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Woodard moving to amend House File 2397, the second engrossment as follows. The amendment is coded A67.
Representative Woodard.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I know the hour is late, so I will try to be short, which means I actually will be short. A67 repeals the PSEO rule that says that institutions cannot talk about the financial ramifications of being in PSEO. So if you look at page 86, line 31, it very simply just eliminates the phrase that keeps our higher institutions from talking about the financial benefit of being in PSEO. And Mr. Speaker, that is my amendment.
Representative Mariani.
Mr. Speaker and members, I would ask members to consider carefully. I actually like this. I think it's appropriate for post-secondary institutions to fully inform the students about the opportunities, but I understand that there are some arguments that folks have raised that have some concerns on this. So listen carefully. I'll be supporting this amendment.
Representative Slocum.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank Representative Woodard for bringing this forward, this amendment. All this amendment does is lift a gag rule. Before, right now, students are not allowed to be told that it's financially beneficial for them to take PSEO classes, that the college credit they get saves them money. And with this amendment, they would be able to say to kids, high school kids, in 10th grade, 11th grade, and 12th grade, that this is financially good for you. That's all this amendment does. It's an excellent amendment. I would hope you would vote for it.
Representative Breinert.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, members. I just want to take a brief moment to thank Representative Mariani and Representative Erickson for their kind words earlier, and to say that it is an honor to work in a committee that has a high professional standard and respectful approach to addressing education issues and really works hard to base decisions on research. So with that said, I oppose this amendment, and I want to give you a little context for it. The language that is currently in statute is this: a post-secondary institution may provide information about its programs to a secondary school or a pupil or parent, and that's totally reasonable, information about its programs. And this was the controversial part when it came into statute 2 years ago. And it may advertise or otherwise recruit or solicit a secondary pupil to enroll in its programs now, in current law it says, on educational and programmatic grounds only. And it's that language, on educational and programmatic grounds, that Representative Woodard would like to remove. And here is my concern. I do think it's totally appropriate that families know about the monetary savings they may gain from PSEO. However, I think it's totally inappropriate that decisions about a student's educational future should be driven by monetary concerns. So for me, the issue is this information should be in a counseling context. And if you look at what we're trying to do as we move forward with career pathways discussions, the whole goal is to give students a 360 perspective on what's available to them, whether it's college in the schools, PSEOs, and families, and to have them understand both the monetary issues as well as the academic. But to have our post-secondary schools advertising to our secondary students as early as 10th grade on the basis of the economic factors, which they might do alone outside of the context of the academic and other components, I think is not a student-centered or a fair approach to educational goals.
Representative Pelowski.
Mr. Speaker, members, I'm going to rise to oppose the amendment also. We had pulled the original bill into the Higher Education Committee. There are grave concerns exactly to Representative Breinert's point. We have seen a pattern of behavior in higher education dealing with PSEO that is not beneficial to the student, that is actually backfilling certain types of enrollment. And until we resolve that, this issue should not be expanded. So I'm asking that you vote no, and that we leave PSEO the way it is for now, and we take a look at this from two perspectives, higher ed and K-12, and also from certain patterns of enrollment in both the K-12 system and the higher ed system.
Representative Woodard.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I certainly respect the opinion of Representative Breinert and Representative Pelowski on this issue. However, all we're really doing is removing the restriction, the gag, if you will, from these institutions, making that a part of the decision the families are making, the pupils and the parents are making. So they can make that determination on whether or not the financial benefit is enough for them to make the decision or not. It simply is just allowing the families to understand exactly what's going on here. And I understand the concern, but I think families really can't see through that, and that this is just a gag that needs to be removed. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Seeing no further discussion, all those in favor of the amendment say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. No. Motion prevails. The amendment is adopted. There's another amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Moving to amend House File 2397, the second engrossment as follows. The amendment is coded A79.
Representative Erickson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. This is my version of what we would call last in, first out. This is making teacher seniority a part of the collective bargaining process. And I just wanted to remind all of you that, the most important thing for our students is to have the best and most effective teacher. And I think for too long we've been turning a blind eye to the fact that we need in the classroom the best teachers if we're going to secure a truly good future for our children. So to keep the best teachers in the classroom, I think this issue should become part of the bargaining process, which is what my amendment does. And you will notice that it does it in two different sections. Section 17 is that section which would have affected me when I was a classroom teacher. And the Section 19 affects those teachers who teach in cities of the first class. So members, with that, I just want to remind you that we often have as our first layoffs our teachers who are newest to the classroom, but who are sometimes the finest of our teachers. And unfortunately, these teachers also end up in our highest need schools and then fail because they are not equipped to handle the kinds of students who may be in our high need schools. So members, I ask for your support and I ask for a roll call.
Roll call has been requested. Seeing 15 hands, there will be a roll call. Representative Mariani.
Mr. Speaker and members, I rise to speak against the A79 amendment. I understand what Representative Erickson is trying to do here, but members, quite frankly, I think the bigger, better way to deal with this issue really has to do with addressing the entire pipeline, preparation, induction, process. We're about to go through a huge transformation in our state, our teacher professional class. We're looking at anywhere upwards of 70% turnover in a very short period of time as that baby boom bubble works its way through our teacher corps. And I think what that means is there's going to be some terrific opportunities to bring in all sorts of new folks into classroom instruction. However,
it may well be the same kind of folks unless we really focus on transforming the recruitment of teachers into our teacher prep programs, restructuring and expanding the competencies that are expected in our teacher prep programs, expanding the induction period, making that a much more meaningful, deeper experience for those newly licensed teachers, and even going a little bit further, having this constant follow-through and a beefed-up set of relationships of guidance for those new teachers. And then, of course, you have the teacher evaluation system that we passed a few years ago, which is going to be a powerful tool for us to be able to make some smart decisions about that whole brand new group of folks on how do we keep them on a trajectory for constant professional development. And yes, if they're not on a trajectory for that, then find a way to move them out into a whole nother profession. And so, members, you can kind of hear a little bit of, in my voice, a sense of, well, maybe we ought to, do this because of the urgency to make sure that we're getting the right kind of teachers in the right places in front of, particular students and student groups. I think we're going to have some wonderful, powerful opportunities. I think we have them now, and I think they're going to continue to unfold. I am heartened by the fact that 40% of our teacher corps across the state right now exist under agreements with their local school districts to be able to handle layoffs in a process other than straight dependency on seniority or licensure. And so, members, I think we're on the right path. I don't think that this approach is going to get us any closer to where we need to get to. We need to come at this issue very systemically. I laid out a broad framework on how we can systemically do that, and I think the historical moment for us to do that well is here right now, but not with this amendment. So I respectfully ask for your no vote.
Representative Quam.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And when are we going to let quality be the driver instead of years in service? When I became a member of the local school board, there were several teachers that I actually had as a teacher. And a couple of those were excellent, just phenomenal teachers. One specifically used the same lesson plan that I had gone through. And also, when I went to the curriculum meetings, and he, being the most senior, chaired them for his area, well, the younger teachers wanted to try some things. He would stop that. He retired. Within 3 years of his retiring, our school won the Intel Math Award, a national award for mathematics, because of what the new teachers brought. The innovation, the creativity, the delivery to the students. That would not have happened if that teacher had not retired. Is this the only example? I think probably not. Is it the universal example? No. Like I said, there are some great teachers that have been teaching for decades. But frankly, the administrators and the school boards want quality. They want the best for the teachers and the students. And to be able to do that, we need to, at some point, let them use quality in the equation. This amendment just basically says you negotiate the process. How many districts have STEM schools? If you look at the STEM schools and who's teaching there, they tend to be younger teachers with new techniques and ideas. And they're invigorating areas. They're helping students be ready for the careers of today and tomorrow. However, I remember going to a national legislative event in Cleveland with other legislators covering education. It happened to be about Common Core. But there I met with the principal from one of their STEM schools who lost every single one of the instructors, the teachers at the STEM high school, because they didn't have seniority and there was reshuffling. He was able to rehire 2. And that set that school back, a school that was providing for poor and underprivileged families and students a great, excellent skill set to better themselves. So I understand what's been said. I just want to know, for our students and the families and citizens of the state, when will quality be part of the equation?
Representative Erickson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I did ask for a roll call, correct?
You did, yes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker and members, this brings this issue to the bargaining table. That's what's so important. And I recall when I was a negotiator, when I was in my middle years of teaching, how important it is to sit down with the school board and talk about what really is the component or components of great teaching. They want to hear that you really, as a member of the union, of the collective bargaining unit, have an interest in what makes great teachers. And so this allows that process to come to the table so that we always are guaranteeing our students that they have the best possible teacher in their classroom. That may be a veteran teacher. It may be a teacher who's not quite tenured yet, or it may be that newly tenured teacher. But it's that opportunity to have that discussion. And this is, of course, a mandate that there be this negotiation that happens, whether it's in cities of the first class or it's in school districts such as those in which I taught. So, members, I appeal to you to support this measure. I think this is the future of great teachers in our classroom.
Seeing no further discussion, the clerk will take the roll on the amendment. The clerk will close the roll. There being 51 ayes and 70 nays, the motion does not prevail. The amendment is not adopted. There is another amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Erickson moving to amend House File 2397. The second engrossment as follows. The amendment is coded A53.
Representative Erickson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. This is addressing the Board of Teaching and asking them to consider agreements with teacher prep institutions to arrange for classroom experiences in our district for practicing or student teachers who have completed at least 2 years. So I'm deleting not less than, but making the phrase at least in approved teacher preparation programs, and then adding to that these student or practice teachers need to be of the caliber or work with teachers of the caliber who would not fall into the lowest evaluation category. And you will notice that the effective date is long after we have begun the process of teacher evaluation. Members, it is so important that we have these candidates coming out of our teacher prep programs with the best teachers possible. Those teachers become their mentors. And once that summative evaluation is available, then teacher preparation programs will know with whom they can place those candidates so they have the very best experience and they become forever our teachers in the classroom because they've experienced that. And members, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to ask for a roll call as well.
Roll call has been requested. Seeing 15 hands, there will be a roll call. Representative Breinert.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, Representative Erickson, I'm very sympathetic to the point of view of
having our student teachers work with our very best teachers. That's obviously what we would all want and expect in terms of our principals assigning and working with our very best teachers are likely to have the most time and energy to focus on those student teachers in a way to bring them along to the highest level of practice. My concern here is I think we're too quick to begin to apply a rating system that isn't even yet underway. And there's two pieces to that. Yes, this takes place 3 years from now, but that's exactly the length of the evaluation cycle. The summative evaluation cycle is a 3-year cycle. So each teacher at the most will only have received one ranking. And that ranking is subject to the continuous improvement process and plan. And most of all, what we want to do in this time is build a level of confidence and trust in our educators in the evaluation system. So at the very least, I would say it's premature, and we should come back to it as the system has a chance to unfold.
Seeing no further discussion, the clerk will take the roll on the amendment. Clerk will close the roll. There being 54 ayes and 67 nays, the motion does not prevail. The amendment is not adopted. There is another amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Norton moving to amend House File 2397. The second engrossment as follows. The amendment is coded A49.
Representative Norton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, I have before you something most of us have seen in some way or another, at least since I've been here, annually or biannually. On the school year of 2015 and 2016, Labor Day falls on September 7th. That means schools in Minnesota will be starting on September 8th, which is quite late, and on a year like this where we have a lot of snow days, it can have the effect of pushing school well into June, and I believe we've had mid-June already in the last 10 to 15 years. That is potentially what's coming in the year 2015. It would be my hope that at some time in the near future, this body would take a serious look at opening up school start so that school districts can choose when they want to start. It is in the best interest of the districts, it is in the best interest of the students educationally, and we have prohibited districts from making those choices for many years now. We have on occasion given one-year exemptions. I don't serve on K-12, or you would have seen this in bill form. I'm kind of out of the loop this year, and the amendment was brought to me. It did not have a hearing, and I understand that Representative Mariani has worked very hard to get a good bill together, and he's made some concessions, and I am going to as well, in order to help some of our colleagues out here who have things in that bill that we want to keep in that bill, because it's a wonderful opportunity that we're going to be voting on here in just a few minutes. So I'm going to withdraw the amendment, Mr. Chair, but I just want this body to really take a look at this. We are not doing what's in the best interest of our students. And the K-12 committee often passes this, but when it gets to Ways and Means, it tends to disappear. And I just hope that in the next year or two, we do a real serious hearing on this particular issue. But with that, perhaps I should wait just a moment, Mr. Speaker.
Representative Hoppe.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and Representative Norton, thank you. Members, for those that don't know, I have a provision in the bill very narrowly tailored to let the Chaska schools open, then close for a week, then open again 1 year and 1 year only, because we need the school parking lots for the Ryder Cup. Representative Woodward and Representative Erickson, Representative Marquardt, Representative Mariani were all very gracious and very helpful to me, an education neophyte. They all worked to help me get that into the bill. It's pretty non-controversial in and of itself as it's very narrowly crafted, and Lisa Larson and staff helped to do that. But Representative Norton feels very strongly about this issue, as do many on both sides of this issue, the school start time. And for her to withdraw her amendment like this, to talk about it, then withdraw it, so that it wouldn't screw this amendment up and mess up Representative Mariani's bill, I think was a pretty big thing for her to do, and I thank you for that.
Representative Norton.
And with that, Mr. Speaker, I'll withdraw my amendment.
Representative Norton withdraws her amendment. The clerk will give the bill its third reading.
Third reading, House File 2397, as amended.
Third reading. Any discussion to the bill? Seeing no discussion. Representative Mariani.
Thank you, members. I appreciate your support. Very good discussion. I really appreciate the spirit in which we engage in this. Thank you.
The clerk will take the roll on the bill. The clerk will close the roll. There being 82 ayes and 39 nays, the bill is passed as amended and its title agreed to. There's another bill on the calendar for the day. The clerk will report the bill.
Senate File 2004, the first engrossment, an act relating to human services.
Representative Huntley.
Mr. Speaker and members, this is a completely technical bill that was brought to us by the Department of Human Services, and they found two minor errors in the 2013 bill that we passed. And all this does is correct those two errors. The first one does not change the appropriation amount. It just takes the total appropriation and corrects where the money is going, where it was intended to be. The second thing is there's another rider that is under the wrong heading, and this moves it over to where it was supposed to be. And you are seeing a first for me. I'm going to accept the Senate language.
The clerk will give the bill its third reading.
Third reading, Senate File 2004.
Third reading. Any further discussion to the bill? Seeing none, the clerk will take the roll on the bill. The clerk will close the roll. There being 116 ayes and 0 nays, the bill is passed and its title agreed to. Report from the Committee on Rules and Legislative Administration.
Report from the Committee on Rules and Legislative Administration, Murphy E. for the Committee on Rules, pursuant to Rules 121 and 333, designates the following bills to be placed on the calendar for today for Tuesday, April 8th, 2014. House File numbers 2746, 1874, 1926, 2733, 2096, and 2668. Senate file number 2569. House file numbers 2953, 3017, 2576, and 2217. Senate file number 2060, and House file number 2840.
Motions and resolutions. There are copies of the non-controversial motions and resolutions online and at the front desk. If there's no objection, we'll take those motions. We'll take those motions. Seeing no objection, those motions prevail. Representative Hansen, do you have an announcement?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today is the deadline for your surveys for the legislative auditor. So here's your last chance. I've got a number of the blank forms, so if you want to fill them out. Of the 201 legislators, we've only had 115 return the surveys, so here's your chance, and I've got the forms. Thank you.
Any other announcements? Representative Murphy.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. I move that when the House adjourns today, it adjourns until 12 noon, Monday, April 7th, 2014.
Representative Murphy, that when the House adjourns today, it adjourn until 12 noon, Monday, April 7th, 2014. All those in favor say aye. All opposed, no. The motion prevails. Representative Murphy.
I move that the House do now adjourn.
Representative Murphy moves the House do now adjourn. All in favor say aye. All opposed, no. The motion prevails and the House stands adjourned until 12 noon, Monday, April 7th, 2014.